Whenever you're ready.
So, wait a second. This is the consent calendar for December the 2nd. The first item is the La Cumbre Country Club Kitchen Edition. Is Jesse Finicum Schwartz. Is that you? Great. So we have really no comments. Project is acceptable. We saw the project online, but if you can give us like a 2-minute presentation, basically of the elevations and any details that you have, what pages should we go to?
If we want to just skip to details, we could look at
The elevations. I think they're pretty good. We see the front. We'll keep going.
elevations are page 21. That's where they start. A201.
And there's one more. And then the other side. There you go. Yeah. And the details, where would they be?
Details start on page 500. A500, page 27 of the PDF, please.
There you go.
Mhm.
And you have some nice sections too. Have you changed anything?
We added in more detail to this pot shelf that you're seeing here. This is the only major change other than just further developing the
Item
items.
section of that thing.
We do on the next sheet. You can see the profile that we're utilizing there.
No comments.
Do you have a plan for getting irrigation up to the pot shelf?
They have a full-time landscape staff, so they will just be
We
handling.
will be able to.
Okay, so good. We'll approve it at the when the board reconvenes. So the item number, we have a C2, the Muerte Trust Edition, and Kyle Dennis here.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Kevin Moore is here on behalf of the applicant.
How are you? Okay, so we had we had the comments are very simple. Modifications minor in nature and will result in better design. Have you changed anything?
No, so we went to the modification hearing and the height exemption was granted. So we're just back here for final approval and there was no changes needed.
So go to the elevations. There's some nice renderings at the end. 3D renderings. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, they have that. Very good. Yeah, and we have the details below. Okay, I think we're good. All right. Any other comments on that?
Nope.
Okay, we're ready to approve that. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
That completes the consent calendar. And we're ready for the meeting to start.
All right, we're good to wait 10 minutes.
Maybe too fast. Okay, we'll recess for 10 minutes.
Oh God, we're on there. I don't want to be on there.
So,
I don't know, honey. I'll let you fool with it. I do not want to be.
Is all set?
We're talking soft.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll now call to order the S-Bar meeting of December 2nd. Beginning with item number 1, public comment. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda for today, please raise your hand. See no one in the audience and no attendees. So move on to item number 2, the agenda status report. David.
no changes to today's agenda.
Okay, thank you. Item 3, the minutes from November 18th. I think pretty straightforward.
Mhm.
So- Okay. Item one.
Guess we're quiet today. Mhm.
Um, So for item G, landscapers. Okay, well, it's basically, that's okay. I mean, I'm just a general question then. I mean, basically they had peppers, which are high fire, and sycamore on top of a ridge didn't make
Oh,
much
yeah.
sense. So do we want to say substitute with,
Oak trees and
Oaks.
other natives.
yeah, substitute with other trees such as oaks or
Yeah.
something like that?
Yeah.
Say maybe more appropriate species.
Yeah,
For the, maybe account for the location of like appropriate species for a hilltop.
yeah,
Or like,
okay. So
if that's what you said.
is Alex Tuttle on board here?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so perimeter screening is important to reconsider pepper and I'd say eliminate pepper and sycamore trees.
Yeah.
And substitute with more site appropriate species, comma, such as native oaks.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think that's good.
right. Number two. So item C could just be landscape plan required for front yard or around proposed development. And then F, paving area or proposed paved area is excessive and needs to be restudied.
Reduced.
Yeah.
It needs to be reduced. Thank you, Alex. And also, I guess we're kind of covering it, but we wondered why we needed two curb cuts and why not just have the one off of that other street, and I can't remember the name of it, as opposed to the main artery. So I guess that would be under D. I
But
don't know if we have to specify.
it does say that. It does say coordinate with public works.
Yeah,
So do we want to open the door to that or
no, I think we should leave it as is. I think it was just, the only change might be restudy driveway plan with one curb cut on the, lesser street.
less travel on the less travel
Yeah,
on the less travel street?
restudy driveway plan with one curb cut located on the less traveled street. I think that's it. It's not very good English, but whatever.
And here on B, I think the wording is a little bit confusing. I think we should say lack of overhangs and not recessed
Yeah.
windows.
Yeah.
It makes it appear overly stark. Because the word, it seems like,
It sounds like it is recessed windows. Yeah.
so you're gonna put non-recessed or not recessed windows.
I think F should just say reduce amount of paving and gravel areas. I guess it was a consideration. So you could actually just leave that, Alex, I think, because it was up to the discretion of the applicant.
Item C, was it some members or was it one member?
I think it was a couple.
Okay.
Okay, anything else on 5?
No,
Or 7?
So this is the one that we had to request.
Okay. So do we have someone from Warner Group to help us, decide what they're asking for here? Or are we just, it was just a request via email? So we had a request to be more specific about how much of a reduction. This is regarding item C. Project should be redesigned to lower height and massing by lowering pad height or plate heights. Then during the meeting, Josh had stated 1 to 2 feet. So I think we should just add that to the minutes. Project should be redesigned to lower height by lowering pad height or plate heights 1 to 2 feet.
Let's see, correct everybody.
Any objections? Okay. Wait, can you go back up real quick? Yeah. Okay, number 8. Number 9. Okay. Okay.
so this project was for final approval, and did not get final approval, and is continuing for final approval. Is that what happened there? Yeah, okay. Because it's a lot of.
It's a lot of
A lot of
comments.
stuff, yeah. Okay,
You guys good with that one?
yeah.
That's pretty much.
Okay.
And then on 11, you can eliminate the word opportunity. Study extending stone detail on chimney to the ground.
I like studying an opportunity. Sounds interesting. No.
Study extending stone detail on chimney, and I think there's also another wall. Well, anyway, that's close enough. Okay. Okay, so is that good? I make a motion to approve the amended minutes.
A
Anybody
second.
else here?
A second.
There's, John's coming in. I have to abstain. You have to abstain. Okay.
So that's not a quorum. Or can John?
Yeah, we have one.
Voice quorum.
What is it?
They both abstain.
Oh, it's still, you can
I'm
abstain.
still-
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
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 2 abstentions.
John?
Leave John out, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on, item number 5, SBAR members informational briefings. Anyone have anything to share? I guess the only thing I'd say is if you know you're not going to make it to a meeting, please let David know as soon as possible so we know if we'll have a quorum. Otherwise, nothing. All right. Item 5, staff update.
Nothing on my end. I don't know about David.
Nope, other than I sent out the schedule for next year.
All right, moving right along to the consent agenda. Mr. Peugeot.
Mr. Chair, we had 2 items and they were both very well detailed and so I moved to approve the consent calendar.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And right on time.
Yes, 9:45, excellent.
Okay, so we'll begin with the standard agenda next. Item number 1, the Gallo deck, request of Mark Mirando, agent for the owner, Chris Gallo, for preliminary and final approval to validate an existing deck, a portion of which will be demolished and rebuilt to be approximately 177 square feet. Demolition of an existing trash enclosure in the side setback and removal of existing trellis and privacy screen. It's a 0.22 acre parcel located at 832 Cheltenham Road, and last heard September 9th of this year. Do we have the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Mark Mirando, agent for the owner.
Hi, Mark. I have 5 comments here from our last meeting. I'll just go ahead and read through those and then I'll hand it off to you for your
Okay,
presentation.
thanks.
Comment A, project is remedying prior violations. B, consider lowering 8-foot wall and substituting with planting. C, applicant to verify that the property line is accurately surveyed. D, consider hardy material instead of plaster for deck understory. And lastly, document any existing landscape screening to remain. So whenever you're ready, Mark, about 10 minutes.
Okay, well, we had a survey done and we were just off a few inches, so we rectified everything to show on the site plan. See on the left, the red is the trellis and the deck that's going to be taken out. And then on the right is what's proposed. So that's the deck as it exists. And then there's the deck that's proposed. And then there's the variable offset that's hatched. That's within the 7-foot setback to 5 feet. If you go to the next sheet, it's basically just a closer version of that. So you'll see the trash enclosure was removed. And then we're basically skirting the deck with hardy board, and as Mr. Peugeot mentioned, we should just hardy board it and just paint it the brown because it'll look better than stuccoing it. So we're showing that on the details up above there on the section there, and then on some other details on the next sheets and the elevation. So we lost the privacy screen because we did that study and it was over height according to zoning. We couldn't exceed the 8 feet. So I'm on this section A there with the picture above it. You can see that privacy screen at the end of the big trellis, that's all being removed. So it's just going to see the handrail there. And then below that detail is just the 8-foot fence right there is being shown, you know, along the property line as you were looking at the deck. And then that's kind of like an oblique angle of trying to show the existing 6-foot fence along the property line with, and planting, we're not doing any planting because on the site plan we're showing there's a giant oak tree. There's actually one right along the side of the deck, and then there's one further up that kind of overhangs, and they provide enough shade for the entire deck. That's why we're not doing the trellis and trying to high fire it and everything. So there is no planting. There's a 6-foot fence that screens everything, as you can see in the detail. And you have to go up to A2 to see the trees and the canopy because they're just gigantic. And if you look at the photos, you can see that There's enough privacy and enough shade, so we're not worried about it. And the owner next door was the one that complained that, it was gonna affect his view or whatever, so we just took it out. And all you're gonna see is the railing and, the oak trees. And that's pretty much the presentation. I think I covered everything.
Thank you. So as far as consider lowering the 8-foot wall, that you're not proposing to do that, is that correct?
Yeah, we're not proposing that 8-foot wall. It's just the height of the railing, which is about 6'6" at the highest point.
Okay. All right, and then the hardy material instead of plaster for deck understory?
Yeah, he's right.
Yes, it's hardy skirted all around, and then it's just painted that dark brown, just like the railings and the rest of it is.
Okay, great, thank you. Questions from the board?
I have a question. Where is this water problem? That,
Nobody knows. There was an enforcement case created, and the grading inspector came out and looked at the site with the owner, and he just signed off like there's nothing going on. So who knows what he's talking about?
Okay.
So the enforcement case has been closed by the county.
Okay, other questions?
yeah, it was a little, I was wondering what happened with the survey. There was this neighbor that really, you had it resurveyed, right? Is that what you
Yeah,
did?
he said it was off by a couple inches.
Couple of inches, okay. So that's
We
not,
had an original survey that the owner hadn't provided to me. So when he gave it to me, I just rectified my drawings.
So you haven't, you didn't go have it resurveyed?
No, he already had a survey.
Okay.
I just went off the old drawings, and then when you asked for the survey, then he provided it to me, and we just rectified it. And if the inspector wants it surveyed in the field, then we'll just do an offset with a surveyor and put it in the correct location, just like any footing would be.
Got it. Thank you. Any other questions?
I
Okay.
do kind of have a question on the survey because there's no coordinates or anything
So
on
we had that in
the
the
survey.
file, right? Can we take a look at that survey?
From
Right, that was provided?
there was a
Mark?
letter provided with the,
Yeah.
So I think an overlay might be worth it too.
Let's look at that survey. It's one of those public comment things. Okay, scroll down,
yeah, that's the one.
and then one more page, I think. Maybe not. So second page, zoom in, I guess.
No, that's not. We've got the house and everything on the survey.
Oh, I see. So it's in your set.
No, it's not in my set. I just rectified it to it, showing what it has to be, because my site plan is basically exactly like the survey.
Okay, so you did not provide the survey to us, but you based your plan off of it.
Correct. Yeah, it's a true PDF survey. We didn't get the digital, but it's what's there, and they're gonna have to mark the footing anyway with the survey, just like you would anything that's along a setback line.
Could you just ask them to add the survey into the
Yeah.
final set?
Yeah, when you do come back, just include the original survey in your set. So we
You
can,
mean when we submit the building, because we're hoping to not come back here.
yeah,
that's-
for final, right? Yeah, as a it would be as a condition of approval.
Okay.
Okay, so
I have one more.
one more question from John.
On your section through your deck, we can go to that, either, yeah, there. As your joists go across and it appears on the left, you need blocking between your joists. Or you have a rim joist there, is that it?
Yeah, they're all solid blocked already. Yes. Yes, they're solid blocked on the beam line.
It's drafting over, I think. Yeah. It doesn't show a block there, but Okay, that was my.
Yeah, it has, it's all solid block, and then there's gonna be plywood, and then there's going to be hardy board.
All right.
Okay, moving on, public comment. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item, please step forward. I have Roger Perry.
Good morning, all.
2 minutes when you're ready.
The first comment is going to be on the alteration of the natural flow of or historic flow of water. I've provided video evidence from the previous owner of the configuration of that channel. It has truly been altered at the top end of it and at the exhaust end where it enters into my property. Such a degree that I've already had issues from flooding from the first rainstorm, which is unheard of. That doesn't happen. So that channel is not in the same configuration as it was previous. It has been altered to allow greater volume and protect against overflow on the 832 property. Property line by the flags indicated, they're more like 18 inches off from the existing fence. I would really like to see a plan that, a hard copy of the plans presented so I can look at them closely. And would also like to know if the existing fence that is 18 inches over the line is going to be moved to the property line, as I believe I heard the architect say. On that note, I would not be opposed if they chose to make that an 8-foot fence at ground level as opposed to an 8-foot fence on top of a 12-foot elevation. I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys and ladies.
All right, see no one else in the audience for this item, so bring it back to the board for comments. Ms. Froscher.
Well, our board doesn't specifically deal with drainage issues. And
You can come up if you want to hear.
yeah, I don't know what the next best remedy for you is on that, given that Mark Miranda's saying there was an enforcement case and it was reviewed by the grading inspector and it's been closed. So we're not in a position to do anything about that. Now, as far as the survey, that should be part of the drawing set. And it's true also that during building, it will have to be certified according to the survey. So anything that's over the property line will need to be moved.
And as for the water, I'm going to have to go back to the county and take it up at that level. I have provided video evidence of.
Yeah.
It's not us.
Yeah,
It's not you.
it's really not
And you
us.
guys are hard work.
Yeah, look at
Yeah,
you.
we're an aesthetic board, so we're looking at
Yeah,
design
And I understand.
yeah.
and, neighborhood compatibility, and are concerned about those types of issues, but we.
I have experienced flooding already this year, which is unusual. It wasn't that heavy of a rain.
We should also know, I believe the wall in your comment letter has been removed, if I'm understanding the presentation correctly. The block wall noted in one of your comment letters.
It has been removed from the plans.
Yeah, yeah. So I just wanted to note that.
Okay,
David, can I get a hard copy or a PDF of the plans? We can talk after. Okay, thank you.
anything else, Val? Okay, board member Peugeot.
Yeah, I have no comments. It seems like an appropriate correction of an unpermitted or somehow an existing condition. I think it's an improvement. I like the darker colors. It seems fine.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
I have nothing. Yeah,
Mr. Richards.
I think it looks all good to me. I'm sorry for the issues regarding your drainage, but I don't know that we can really address it.
Okay, Ms. Grubb.
Yeah, I don't have any further comments.
Mr. Bloomer.
For me.
Okay, I have nothing to add. I think Val was accurate in her comments, and I don't think anything else. Was there a material board, colored material?
No, it's just the photo on there and then the call out to match the dark brown and the railing.
Okay. And so is there a spec for the hardy material? Is that, or is it just called out as? a
It's
general-
just called out as hardy panel.
Okay, do we need,
And 5/16 would be the high fire.
okay, how does the board feel about, do we need to have color and actual?
Yeah, how is it detailed? Is it?
It was that section that we were looking at. Where's the best way?
Yeah, there's a section on right there that's called out the hardies. It's 1/2-inch ply, new hardy deck skirting, paint to match existing railing, dark brown color.
Okay. So I think that's fine, and everything matching color wise.
If it's just big panels, how's it finished?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So.
Question mark.
Uh-huh.
Where you have the hardy backer, your elevation looks like you're making a border around it, which like framing it out, which looks nice, but then in this section, it doesn't necessarily look like you're doing that. Are you planning on giving it that trim border?
Where are you looking? Oh, and this is on this page at the bottom center. You zoom in there, David.
Oh,
please?
maybe that's because it was the, sorry, I think I was looking at existing. So you're not planning on trimming it out or anything? It's just
No, no. Actually, the beam will get a piece of wood in order to cover it. Well, I guess the hardy panel will cover it as well, because we're gonna chop it back flat straight above the wall, because we're not gonna have the overhang anymore. Right now, it overhangs about 20 inches. So we're cutting it back flush, rim joisting it, and then plywooding it, and then taking it straight up. And we could put a faux piece of shadow board on the top there.
Is there any opportunity on top of that wall to get some planting in to kind of cascade? It's such a stark elevation. I mean, you're showing vertical on the paneling, but there's no.
It's just the wall and the actual deck support posts that support the beam are directly on top of the wall.
Oh, okay. Okay. Anyone have any thoughts on, does it need more detail? We're here for prelim and final.
How about it? I think it could come back for preliminary, for final and consent with the details of the hardy board and anything else. It will not stop the applicant from submitting. It's just so we can see that and consent in 2 weeks, and because it does, I think Valerie is correct. The details, there are no details of the hardy panel. This is just one blank panel, or this is the ball and bat. But it's, we're relying the most is with the photographs. The photographs show something that's not what's going to happen, because the photographs show vertical slats, which is not what's going to happen.
Right,
because
if you're
it has
just
to be-
using big panels, it's not the same thing.
Yeah. So
more than that, I don't know what, but
Okay.
it's a simple
Yeah.
detail, and it's easy to. It doesn't hurt the applicant or anybody else to.
yeah. Okay. So it looks like we need more detail on what the proposed materiality and finish is, Mark. So if someone wants to make a motion.
I'll make a motion for preliminary approval as submitted with final and consent for additional details on the.
So are you suggesting that it be batten board in order to break it up?
Well,
No, just detail it.
Detail it any way you want to, but right now
Yeah.
you're showing slats that it's not going to be like that. I mean, that's
Right,
what's-
yeah, well, you have to look at the elevation above, the proposed elevation above is what's showing, once it gets hardy boarded, then it's just a straight panel. It's a panel on top of a stucco wall that'll be painted brown.
I think the pan, yeah, that is. I don't think that's acceptable. I mean, what happens? Those panels, for one thing, they have seams and nails, and they're not smooth, and that's why the bats go in there to break it up. conceal the joints and also, you know, maybe like a top cap and then some vertical things and maybe something on the bottom, I don't know, a corner trim. Yeah, it's just the basics.
Okay, yeah, that's easy.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it. And also bring a color panel, I mean, a color shape or a board or something.
Okay, and second by Val. All those in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thank you. Consent. Okay, item number 2, the Diener Trust new residence request of Jennifer Siemens, agent for Robert and Ann Diener, for further conceptual review of an 884 square foot single family dwelling, associated landscape and hardscape improvements, the validation of an existing 708 square foot existing accessory structure used for storage and connecting to the Carpinteria Sanitary District. This is on a currently vacant parcel, 1 acre, located at 3091 Padaro Lane in the Carpinteria area. Last heard March 18th of 2022. Do we have an applicant here or online? Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, you got Robin Donaldson. Can you guys hear me?
Yep. Hi, Robin. I have just
Okay.
2 minutes from the last meeting, so I'll just read through those and then turn it over to you.
Okay, great.
First comment, well executed and designed project, well integrated into the site. B, provide fully developed landscape plan, preferably with natives. And so whenever you're ready, 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chris. We're back for further conceptual review, and I appreciate the support that I got from this board on the previous project design. We're in reviewing that previous design, the Dieners decided they wanted something much smaller and less, and we all decided that less of a footprint on the site. And so the previous design wasn't the type of design that I could put on a copy machine and go 50% or, you know, just reduce it. So we really stepped back, rethought about how the building relates to the site and so on. And so we have a different language to the building, but the actual footprint of the building is maybe not even, maybe 40% of the previous footprint of the previous building. And the actual square footage of the building is probably half the size, 50% of the size. So we're looking now at basically about an 850 square foot small home, so to speak, since it's the primary structure on this property. Maybe 1,000 square feet gross area and a very tight footprint, which we'll show you in a second. And we went up. The previous design was 2 stories as well. This is also 2 stories, but we kind of, you know, in reducing the footprint, we added some program upstairs and so on. So you'll see that in a sec. But at any rate, let's go to the next slide, please. This is the site on Padaro, just to remind anybody who didn't see it before. That's the site up there where it says site. However, that is not the footprint of the structure. That's approximate footprint of the previous structure. Our footprint is much smaller. You'll see in a sec. Next slide, please. Just views of the site. Let's go to the next slide, please. It's a very, you know, beautiful wooded landscape site. Existing survey. Next slide, please. Here you see the red dots is the approximate previous footprint of the previous building, and the gray hatched area is the dark gray area is the actual footprint touching the ground, and then we have some overhangs for the second story program. Let's go to the next slide, please. These are floor plans. On the right, you've got the lower floor plan with a little galley kitchen, little dining area and a living area looking out over the garden. And then on the left, you've got the second level, and we've got 2 small bedrooms. One of the bedrooms, bedroom 2, is a kind of a loft bedroom Bedroom 3 is facing towards the ocean. Just a nice little bedroom. They share a bath, and then we have a little kind of primary suite there with a bathroom and a bedroom there on the left-hand side, page left. And we have a little terrace off the 2 bedrooms, and we're proposing maybe a green roof over part of the roof that's over the living room area. That's that gray on the lower left-hand side of the floor plan on the upper floor plan. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. These are elevations, the west elevations, the elevation that you would see as you pull onto the site, and you'll see some renderings in a minute. North elevation, I think the rendering is going to be more helpful to kind of understand the architecture and why we went the direction we did. Let's go to the next slide, please. This is a section through the house. By the way, we have to lift the house above the floodplain, which means we're probably 42 inches to almost 5 feet to the left, which is towards the ocean. We have to kind of lift the whole thing up. So that's part of the idea of it. And that we're trying to take advantage of that in the section. So you see that bed 2, for instance, got a little loft area because we can kind of stagger the bedrooms as they step up. Let's go next slide, please. I want to show the board. This is a project that we recently finished up at the Hollister Ranch. And this is using weathering steel, perforated corrugated weathering steel, and corrugated weathering steel. And then we like to use this material. First of all, I think it really beautifully integrates itself into the landscape. And also, there was some concern for the Deaners about fire resistance of the structure and so on. And so we thought material like this, one of the reasons we picked it for the Hollister Ranch project, we thought a material like this could be appropriate for the site and just let it rust out and kind of have this very natural patina. Let's go to the next slide, please. These are some renderings, get a feel for the project. You can notice how some of the areas of the elevation have corrugated perforated. So it's got some layering and some softness to it when you look at it. The windows are primarily oriented to the south, towards the ocean side of the project, though it doesn't really have an ocean view. And then there's some windows to the north, which is towards the Padero Lane side, which you'll see in the next rendering. Go to the next slide, please. That's basically the same thing. Let's go to the next one. This is the view from the Padero side as you approach the building from the north. Next slide. We're trying to keep it, very kind of native landscaping coming up around the building, and then the building kind of coming up. You see how there's a little bit of this plinth here. We have to lift the building up, for the floodplain. That's from the south looking north as you approach the building. This is a drone view. In case you're in a drone and fly by, you'll see it here. I'm not a big fan of drone views, but I can't avoid them somehow. Let's keep going. These are the kind of views I like what it actually looks like when you kind of approach the house. And next slide. And just a couple of slides from inside. That's that lower kind of family room area, the kitchen. And I think that's the last one. There's a slide here. There is an existing structure on the site, which we're going to obviously include in the permit. It's going to need an as-built permit. And I don't know exactly how the board wants to review that, but it's we're including it obviously in the permitting process.
Okay.
And I think that's it.
Great, perfect. All right, questions from the board? Anyone?
I had a question about that shed. What's the story and how big is it?
It's space, I think the dimensions are on there. It's approximately 20 by 24. It's like a 2-car garage is what it would have really dimensions out to be.
And,
It's being called a shed, but it also can serve as a garage.
and what is it? What are the materials? What are the finishes?
I think they're called out on there. It's a shingle siding.
A cedar shingle. So-
Yeah, cedar shingle. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay, I didn't see.
Are
Okay,
you not planning to touch it?
The proposal is to not touch it.
Oh.
The way it sits on the side is kind of behind a landscaping and trees, and it's very obtrusive on the site. We almost forgot about it. It's like that. It's like you barely see it.
Like the last sheet.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
about, for the new house, what is the materiality on the retaining walls that you're seeing, kind of the plinth, if you will?
Well, we're still kind of working that out. It's shown as poured in place concrete, then planted out with a vine. I'd like it to just basically go completely green, either with a creeping fig or potato vine or something like that. The landscape architect would specify. And she's prepared a concept landscape that we didn't have done in time to submit to the board. And we could either review it now. I'm not sure how to get it to you guys, or we could do it at the next hearing. But she's proposing a couple lower little screen walls in front of that one wall. But the hope is that it'll be completely planted out and goes away to green.
Okay. Other questions? No? Okay, public comment. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item, please step forward. There's no attendees, so back to the board for comments.
Oh, I have one question.
Oh,
Is
too late.
the house visible from Padaro?
I'm sorry?
Is the proposed house visible from Padaro?
The proposed house, well, I don't know. We showed the board, there's that upper left-hand picture.
It's pretty screened, right?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to see. There's trees and screening. We do have to get a driveway in there. I don't think it will be, but I think if you stopped and tried to look and looked over the fence and so on, you would see it. It wouldn't disappear, but certainly not like you're going to drive by and see it.
So I have
You
a
want the
question.
privacy.
Question, why on such a small house go 2-story?
All has to do with the footprint. We want to reduce the impact on the site. It's a beautiful existing garden, and we just wanted to make it touch the earth as lightly as possible.
Okay. All right. So comments. No more questions.
One question. The site has been divided, right? The parcel towards the ocean with the house on it is not a part of this.
Correct.
Yeah, it's
That line across there, that's the property line?
Correct.
Okay. That's the driveway there. Yeah.
There's a driveway coming down the west side or the page left of the property that serves the house on the ocean side. And the driveway that'll serve this particular house, if we go to the site plan, I think the next sheet, will come in off of Padaro to serve this small house.
Oh, so there's a new
There will be an
entry?
It'll be a new proposed driveway, correct?
Okay. So some of that screening is gonna go away.
Well, I think what's in jeopardy, there's a big, and we haven't really gotten into this yet, but there's a big palm tree. It's a huge Phoenix Canarius that's there, which you see in that. That's the only thing right now. We're trying to figure out how to kind of jog the driveway around some of these trees. We really don't want to take anything out.
Yeah.
We just haven't drilled down on the detail of getting that through.
All right, so comments, Mr. Peugeot?
Oh, I don't have any negative comments or suggestions. I think it's an acceptable project, and I'd like to see how it develops.
Okay.
The landscaping, I think the architecture is really well developed, and like the applicant said, the approach and the screening and so forth needs to be worked out. It's like a very fine project.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak?
Well, I agree. I like the sculptural quality of the interior and the scale of the outside, you know, using different planes. And I think it's very interesting and really a nice project.
Okay, Ms. Grubb?
I agree with the previous comments. I like the concept of a small house and a large garden property. So I look forward to seeing the landscape plans.
Okay, Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I agree with the positive comments. Really neat project. Love the material you're using to cover the house, and looks like a neat space on the inside too. So positive comments.
Okay, Ms. Frosher?
Yeah, I'm totally fine with it. I'll be interested to see the approach from Padaro and the landscape plan. And I was really excited by the first project. This one's great too, but it lost the curves, I guess. So, but
Yeah, the curves went when it got squished.
yeah, that first one was pretty amazing.
Next project.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Is there a modification still required for this project or not?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh,
It's in that coastal development.
okay. All right. Yeah, no, it was on the previous comments, right? No? Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm reading the wrong project. I'm sorry.
Mr. Bloomer?
No,
Comments?
I don't have anything to add. I think it's a great project. Wonder how we bring this back. Is it? I know that we haven't seen the landscape design. We agendize this for preliminary, give the architects a chance to package it up and bring it in for that. Move it along.
yeah.
For prelim and final?
I think we haven't seen the landscape plan,
Right.
so.
Can I just insert myself here? We're not supposed to come back for preliminary until after our ZA hearing.
Okay. So then, I think you basically have full positive comments
Yeah.
from us, so.
Yeah, do you need anything for that? Any findings we have to make?
No, I think we're good for that purpose.
Okay.
So I don't have any additional comments either, other than if the existing garage really is, you know, well hidden with landscape, great, but it seems like, I don't know, over time, you know, plants die and they're in fairly close proximity. So it might behoove you to study even just bringing some of that materiality to the shed. Just,
Well, I could paint it to match. But I mean, it has shingles, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
no, I know.
Yeah.
And
So, you know, I don't mind approving. I mean, giving an approval to where it's there. I mean,
yeah, I don't either. I'm
It
just
does not match, but they're not next to each other either. So.
a suggestion. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, item 3, Palmer New Residence, request of Wade Davis Architects Incorporated, architect for Maya Palmer for conceptual review of a new 2-story residence of 4,525 square feet with attached garage of 903 square feet, pool cabana of 698 square feet, pool and spa on a vacant parcel. Rating is 150 yards of cut and 150 cubic yards of fill, and it's located at 1068 San Antonio Creek Road in Goleta. And I think we have the applicant here. Please state your names for the record.
Akiko Wade Davis, architect.
Jim Davis, architect.
Okay, and whenever you're ready, 10 minutes.
Okay, so that previous image might be a better place to start. So the project's located here along San Antonio Creek Road. The intersection of that cul-de-sac right there is via Ruby. It's a vacant lot. There was a house there prior to the fire. Gosh, what fire was it? Pain and Cave fire. So the lot does have a water meter. This photo is actually a little bit outdated. There is a house across the street from that vacant lot. But other than that, this is just to get you oriented. Go back to our original. So this is the existing site plan. just a vacant lot, surrounded by the cul-de-sac on the north side and north kind of east. San Antonio Creek is the road that's running along the north and the west side there. Next slide, please. Here's our proposed site plan showing the main access coming off of the cul-de-sac, which is via Ruby. And what we'll do first here before we get into much of the design, we can go to the, I believe it's the next sheet, which is the site photos. Actually, there should be a separate site photo sheet somewhere here. A separate PDF that has the site photos. I know we sent some.
You send them directly.
Okay, well, I apologize about that. We can give you guys, the site photos are just kind of showing some of the neighborhood houses. Not really a whole lot to show there, just the existing context. I guess we can jump into designing.
So on the next sheet, in questions of where to locate the house, we wanted to maximize the backyard area for them and also have some relation to the mountain view on the north. So we've ended up situating the house after studying different areas where the house could be, situating the house in this way so that gives them privacy from San Antonio Creek, which can get busy, gives the backyard some privacy, and it also pulls the house away a bit from that road and angles it so it's not facing directly to that street. There's a gray shaded area on the left-hand side. That is a proposed ADU on the second story. And below that on the first floor is the like a guest suites and some office space. So we kept the master bedroom and the secondary bedrooms on the right-hand side, the quieter space of the site, a little bit more protected from San Antonio Creek Road. Entry is in the center, and we're planning to develop the back with covered porch areas and a nice patio area with a pool and a pool cabana tucked to the south corner of the lot. The site has a natural slope down to the south, so the elevation of the house is slightly above the south end of the property. It slopes down gradually and gently, but it does give them better views from that area. We can move to the next slide. These are the floor plans. So lower floor plan on the bottom right, showing the 3-car garage. And the porch and patio areas on the south, and the smaller entry and entry courtyard in the north. The upper floor, the second floor above, showing the ADU, which is shaded in gray. And that's basically everything. We can move to the elevations. So for the elevations on the bottom left is the front elevation. So that would be the west elevation or northwest elevation, showing the entry porch in stone in the center. We'd be using a combination of plaster and stone for the materials for the exterior. Stone obviously on the entry and the garage, and also in the back, as you'll see, for the covered porch. Using a 2-piece mission tile roof, using some colors that are more earth tone to blend in with the landscape. We can move to another elevation, maybe that's a straight on view of the garage on the right. And again, that's facing towards Via Ruby, an easier street for them to access the property from. Bedrooms located above the garage. The round tower element is the stair tower. We do have a height of, I believe it's 26.9 to the height of that tower. That's the highest point of the house. We have a mix of 10-foot and 9-foot plate heights for the first floor and 8-foot plate heights for the second floor. If you scroll down, this is the back view. So got the large arched window as part of the living room, the double height living room space, and the stone columns for the covered porch to the right of that. And that is an elevation on the right of the cabana. So again, trying to use the stone to have it blend into the landscape. Some outdoor covered space for them to utilize. On the south elevation, that's showing the stairway going up to the ADU on the second floor. We've stepped the lower floor down underneath the ADU to bring the massing of that 2-story section of the house down further. So that's dropped down another foot. We also dropped the plate height of the first floor just to bring that roof mass down on that side. And that's just showing a section and some additional elevation views of the covered porch. We can move to the next slide. These are elevations of the cabana. Again, mostly stone with a mix of plaster, more associated with the pool and just open to the backyard space and anchoring that south corner of the property. We've just hired a landscape architect for this project, so we don't have landscape drawings yet. Those will come at our next hearing. And that's it.
All right, great, thank you. So questions from the board?
I have a question. On the site plan, you're showing another driveway entrance off of San Antonio.
That's correct. They wanted to have a way to be able to drive through the property since they are on the corner. So they're wanting to use the Via Ruby as the main entrance, but they also wanted to have an exit to San Antonio so they didn't have to turn around. With the slope of the lot and the space that we're working with, it would make it for an easier kind of way to access and exit the property.
Are you proposing fencing or a wall or a gate, whatever, along San Antonio?
We're proposing a site wall along that road, both to help with sound and to also help with privacy. We will have plantings along that as well. We will likely have gates at the driveway entrance to San Antonio Creek, but not necessarily at the driveway entrance from Via Ruby.
Other questions? Okay, that's good. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please step forward or raise your hand. Sir? And could you say your name for the record, please?
My name's Tim Hogan. I'm the neighbor living next door, south of the property. And there's a couple of things I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the drainage of the property. Currently, it's all going into my yard, and I don't want to see that happen if this is developed that in the way they're suggesting. Also, we were restricted by a CCNR when we built our house, and I didn't. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
It's actually the little.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I have a cold.
Oh.
Anyway, there was a CCNR that was established for Highland Parks a long time ago, and we were restricted by the height by the CCNR. And I'm wondering, is that still currently under this?
Have you guys run into anything?
We have not.
Okay.
It would not be the county, but it would be like a CCNRs and private things, right? That we have homeowners associations, they have nothing to do with the county. Right?
Well, that's true. It has nothing to do with the county, but in order to get my plans approved, the CCNR had to have the requirements. There's also there's no trailers that are allowed on the property or anything of that nature. So these are my concerns, you know, and my other concern is, am I going to lose my view when the house is placed, since it is a 2-story in the way it's being placed?
Which property is yours? Is it?
It's the one that goes left, which should be that. Oh, I'm sorry,
This one?
that one. Yes.
That was either, but the views of the north.
So it's going to go out like this, not directly north, but out that way.
This way?
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you guys earlier, but I think they're proposing the second story on this end down here.
That's across the whole building.
Right here.
So I'm not opposed to it, but you know, I don't want to have my my view impeded in that area because they're basically taking out 3/4 of my view right now with the position of the house.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Okay, back to the board for comments. Ms. Brasher.
Well, I have some concerns about this project. I think it's too much program for the site. And that manifests in a number of different ways. The access off of here, Ruby just went smack into the 3-car garage is not real aesthetic. And there's not a good guest parking area, even with all that paving. And then if we go to the elevations, the general read is just a lot of mass that's not simple and not organized. And so it's very sprawling, but not in a cohesive way. So I feel like it's too much program for the site, too much program for its immediate neighborhood. And its roof lines need to be simplified and pulled in. And I really think that entrance with the wide apron and coming right into the 3-car garage is not great either. Yeah. I think accessing from Via Ruby is definitely the right idea, but there's not a sense of, where the guest comes in and situates themselves, and a gracious entry, you're kind of walking across paving. That's so much.
Okay, thank you, Val. Mr. Peugeot.
I agree with that, with those comments. I don't want to repeat them. It does seem like 6. You have an AVU as well, not listed in the description. So that would be almost 7,000 square feet. It's quite a project. And the angles and the dual driveways, and when you go back to the elevations, I think what the elevation we need is some organizing form. So I'm not sure if you have a height limit or what. It seems like everything goes to a certain height. Like maybe the tower or the front and the roof. Usually the kind of buildings, they have one element that becomes the iconic form, and then everything else is organized around it. And maybe that's when you use the stone. You do have that with the entry, but it's not really strong enough. I agree with part of these comments.
Mr. Verdiak.
Yeah, I agree with those comments also. I think that the entry is an awkward situation, for guest parking. And you have to look for the front door, or is it obvious, or, that 2 driveways is, I think, problematic. I think there should be some definition as to where the car stops and the entrance to the invitation to the entrance is stated. It sort of it lacks that. I mean, I think that the architecture itself is there's some value in saying that it's too massive. Maybe it is overbuilt. But I think that the undulation and the changes in it, in a way, has a charm in itself. I don't object that much to it. It could be a little too busy, but at least it doesn't appear as a solid 2-story building. It has a lot of variation to it, which I think is your objective too. So that, and also, the way it's drawn, it's a tile roof, I imagine, and at the rake end. How's that finished? Is it curved over or, it just looks like a straight line? I'm sure that that'll be developed. But anyway, those will be my comments.
Okay, Ms. Grove?
I just look forward to seeing the landscape plan. I do think the hardscape layout, the vehicle circulation and parking is worth another study. I'm not necessarily opposed to a drive-through for the property given the location, but I think there's some creative solutions.
Okay, Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I agree that hopefully the landscape architect can help kind of resolve some of the issues identified with the two entries and kind of a disconnect of where guests would park and entering the home. And I would suggest maybe you could restudy those low walls that are at the entry to the house. And maybe that creates an opportunity where you could have guest parking in that area. So I think the materials for the house are nice and appropriate for the area. Overall, the style of it, I see fitting in that area. So I don't think it really conflicts with, other homes there. The pool cabana and the space between the pool cabana and the main residence have the opportunity to be a really neat space. I would suggest studying the shape of your pool. Lagoon pools look really nice, but they're also not very practical. So putting a rectangular pool in the space might make more sense to put a cover over it. So I think some further development to the landscape and the site will really help kind of inform how it's used. Also the screening, on the corner with the driveways and the gates and all that. I think that's an important piece of, how all the different parts come together. It looks like there's some trees there, so I don't have the full context of it, but I think maybe bringing some of that to the board would help. Those are my comments.
Okay, Mr. Vice Chair Bloomer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you go to the aerial photo, the photo mapper? I wanted to kind of make a comment on neighborhood compatibility. I think the size, bulk, and scale of the project in terms of, consistency with the neighborhood is acceptable. It looks to be kind of situated and on its little site, pretty much the way everything else in this neighborhood is, and the size doesn't appear to be out of sync with that. So if there's further discussion on square footage and this and that, I think the sampling of the surrounding neighborhood would show that it's pretty much right on line with everything else that's being built in this area and kind of consistent with it. But the thing that does pop out in my mind is just the intersection of this the San Antonio Creek Road, the cul-de-sac that you have, and then this other tangential road that comes off of this Boulders project. I think at the Boulder.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's a pretty speedy San Antonio Creek. That's a pretty fast street. So if you're gonna bring a driveway out there, I think you should study it and make sure it's fairly safe. If the throat, make sure there's kind of an area of refuge there for somebody to pull into and stop if they have to do something quickly. So right now it's very narrow. The neighboring property has a driveway. You can see in comparison on your site plan, it's much wider. And I'm not sure how it affects the rest of it if you're gonna in fact go that direction. So as far as the architecture is concerned, I think it's acceptable. What I'd like to see in it, my first impression of it is the roof line is kind of modulated. And I'm not looking at it three-dimensionally, so I'm just looking at the elevations, but I would expect to see the tower element pop up higher and maybe some of the roof forms to undulate more. Just feels awfully flat or overly modulated, but that may be because I'm looking at it in elevation only. And since you've modeled it, you ought to show us the three-dimensional, kind of what Robin was speaking to in the last presentation about, what's the approach look like? What does it feel like to stare at this thing from the ground, like the way human beings do so often? But Other than that, I think the architectural style is appropriate. I think the material selection is appropriate. And like Kaylee said, I look forward to seeing a more developed landscape plan with good lighting schemes and so forth.
Great, thank you. I don't really have anything to add. I think everything I was going to say was said, other than to remove the trees from the elevations so we can actually see the entire structure. You can have some behind just to give it some framing, but it, you know, there are a couple of spots where you can't actually see what the building looks like because of those trees that are in front of it. So it's hard to make a judgment call on the overall. But that's all I have. Let's see, we are here for just conceptual, right? Yep, so it sounds like we're back for further conceptual. Is that it? Any preliminary opportunity?
I think that because it's going to change, it's going to evolve. The sense that I'm not sure the applicant wants to do, but I sense that you know, there's more to be done in this property. It seems. Maybe the program calls for all these entrances and flyovers and so forth. Maybe the applicant can do a little bit of a pushback and maybe the owner will come to some kind of direction.
Yeah, it feels directed by the owners.
It seems like I think part of these comments you made about coming from the cul-de-sac right into the garages and that area is awkward. Approach to the house from that side is, you know, one's behind the end. This person is involved. I think has some good architectural elements and need to be put together, but I think it's not ready for that.
Okay. Yeah, so return for further conceptual.
Yeah, I'd like to add, you know, it seems like the parking for the garage is primary and the entrance parking is secondary, and it should be the other way around. That seems to be
okay, any
also eats up a lot of site. That's it. The single the site is such a logical place to come from, and then leave the corner more open. I think there's more to be done on this project.
Yeah, I was almost wondering if the driveway out at San Antonio Creek could be further down and come across and then flip the front door so that it's not too close and just sort of create a nice presentation to the front door so it's obvious where the front is. But again, you know, I think you have some work to do. You have your landscape architect too, so I think it'll come back and we'll have a much different animal here.
Exactly. Yeah.
So great, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Hey, Chris, just to let you know, I'm having a little hard time hearing some of the board members.
Oh,
maybe it's the location of the microphones. I'm not sure, but
yeah, it's the microphone. There's nothing we can do about out there. There's so much ambient noise in this room. We can't use those when we're doing the online. We're not as advanced as the city, Brian.
Yeah, they heard the county didn't have any money.
well, I can hear you clearly and Josh clearly and John clearly. Everyone else is a little less clear.
Well, when there's presenters, we only have one microphone up on the dais. So
is that one?
We're gonna have to pass the hooch.
You know, but when there's somebody here, we have to put that one.
We gotta pass that thing.
Yeah, we should.
We'll pass.
So do you want to go over the comments, Alex?
Oh, sure. Here's what I picked up. Architectural style and materials acceptable. Too much program for the site with nearly 7,000 square feet of total development. Massing is excessive. Add gradual undulation in roof form and restudy tower element. An entrance coming right into garage needs to be restudied. Provide opportunity for guest parking. Front entrance to house should be restudied to enhance the entry. Provide landscape plan. Study safety of driveway curb cut on San Antonio Creek Road. Consider rectangular pool and study space between house and cabana. And remove trees from elevations.
Yeah.
I had a comment about simplifying the design because it's so sprawling. that it feels very busy in terms of its roof lines. Even though at the same time it's monotonous in its roof height.
Okay. Also, for those of you out in the audience, if you can't hear and you want to, you can move forward, come up here and sit or stand wherever you want. Because it's not a great room for.
It's a free country.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Item number 4. Copernicus addition and exterior alterations. Request of Brian B. Miller, agent for Tom and Sasha Copernicus, for conceptual review of the conversion of an enclosed breezeway and a portion of the garage workshop into approximately 300 square feet of additional living space. Addition of 30 square feet to the entry, demolition and reconstruction of the existing trellis, window and door replacement, interior remodel and re-roof, replacing the existing wood shake with clay tile. This is located at 1125 Orchid Avenue in Goleta area. And so your name for the record, sir.
I'm Brian Miller. I'm the designer agent for this project.
Okay, Brian, whenever you're ready.
Sure. I want to make a quick change. It's they're not going to be doing a tile roof. It's going to be a shake roof due to budgetary concerns and also the requirement that the whole house would basically have to be reframed for the extra weight. So they're going with a shake roof. And I also, so I guess just didn't get included in.
Sure. Are you keeping the existing roof or just replacing?
Well, it's a house that was built in the 50s. It's a ranch style California type home, and the clients want to make it more of a Mediterranean looking home. So we're changing the roof's shape from a hip to a gabled to make it more of a Mediterranean look. I don't know if you can scroll down to the elevations, and cleaning up the sides with a smooth tile finish, typical of a Mediterranean type home. Changing some of the windows to being French doors so they have more access to the outside area. They have a beautiful lot with beautiful views, so they want to take advantage of that. This is the existing home. The existing roof is, which is interesting, is an existing, the original shake roof from the 50s, which is really falling apart. So that's all going to be taken off and cleaned up. And then if you scroll down, you can see the hand rendered what the elevations will look like. It's more Mediterranean. Like I said, it's got a gable roof as opposed to hips, just basically cleaning it up, adding a little dimensionality with the windows, the fenestrations, and then filling in that there's a breezeway, which is really popular and common with the 50s era homes, but we're filling that in, and that's the light that the clients have chosen to use. We're putting a little delightful trellis in the backyard, kind of a Spanish looking trellis, adding a segmented arch over the garage door opening. If you want to scroll down to the floor plan, well, here you can see what's kind of interesting. We're opening up the interior. They wanted to add arches, so I'm using a segment, an elliptical arch to try to compromise the arch with the fact that we have an 8-foot plate height. Let's see, I guess move down to the floor plan. Oh, here's existing photos of the existing home. It's a little neglected. It needs some TLC. So the clients are really excited to get this house back up to a nice living condition. Love the Santa Barbara Mediterranean lifestyle. So that's what they're trying to create here. I have no landscape plans. They basically want to keep the landscape as simple as possible. I don't know if they want to do a landscaping plan. If not, and that's the roof. You can see it's a very simplified roof, more classical Mediterranean. I was trying to replicate or implicate that it was an adobe house. It has more of that kind of feel to it. Like it was built of adobe. And like I said, there's no real outgoing square footage, just some enclosing of breezeway. And these are plans.
Where is that shown as far as what the existing versus proposed on the plan? The site on the.
Right there.
Okay, that kind of shows you, I think there is an existing floor plan, actually. Let's see, there we go. There's the existing. So you can see there's a couple walls being removed. It's kind of a strange layout with the living room, family room. So we're removing that wall, removing the fireplace, just opening that whole area. Then adding a couple other walls to kind of demarcate the living area and the kitchen area with some arches. Changing the master bedroom area a little bit. The footprint stays the same, pretty much.
There's a breezeway is between the garage and the house.
That's correct.
That's getting filled in. That's the
Yes.
feature.
That's like a guest room office.
Okay.
And what did you say the roof is gonna be again?
It's going to be a asphalt roof. Shingle. Sorry, asphalt shingle. Yes.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
Pretty simple.
Very good. Questions from the board?
What are your doors and windows gonna be?
They're gonna be plastic door wood.
Oh,
Wood finish, not.
down the line.
No.
That's the
Very traditional.
And you said your plaster is gonna be smooth trowel.
It's got, it's got the sand stucco that was real popular in the 50s, and then the wood on the base, and we're taking that all off and just putting a smooth trowel, so it's all consistent.
Okay.
Because the wood's actually rotting. It's got to be replaced.
Any questions, Alex? Mr. Pujo, no?
No,
Mr.
I
Buriak?
think, if you're gonna reframe the roof, you could put, you could make it stronger, obviously. And maybe you could look into a flat tile or concrete tile, which would be lighter than the other. Seems to me if you're going to try to give it a Mediterranean look, the roof would be an important factor, and putting asphalt shingles on it is not your Mediterranean.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Well, and you're rebuilding the roof to get it to be a gable roof.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can beef up your rafters to support the tile.
Well, in comments or
Right,
questions?
okay, I'll stop.
We're in questions.
I'll stop.
Can we pass that down? Mr.
The
Brewer,
conch.
questions?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Richards. Questions?
Is the trellis in the back staying or
Is one that's there now is going to be taken down and rebuilding it to the one that I drew.
okay, so it looks much better the way you drew it.
Hey, Mr. Rupp.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, nor do I. Okay. Yeah, so is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand or step forward. Okay, see no public comment. Back to the board for comments. Ms. Brasher.
I appreciate what you want to do, and I've been involved with this kind of remodel before, and you end up kind of rebuilding the house, especially when you get involved with shear requirements and the building department, because the whole house wasn't built with any of the shear that is required now. And once you start seriously changing the roof, you open yourself up to a cascade of structural upgrades. So anyway, that's just a word of warning that you really are looking at a pretty substantial rebuild. And once you do that, then you start wondering about raising some of the plate heights or getting some more diversity and drama into the big public spaces like the living room. So I'm fine with the way it looks. I agree with John that the tile roof's kind of an important component of the Mediterranean look. And but your intention looks fine. It's just, I think structurally you're going to get into adventures.
Mr. Peugeot.
kind of disagree a little bit on the on the roof. I think that what the applicant is proposing is reasonable. I think that in order to create a Spanish house, you need more than I mean the layout of the house is not Spanish. You know, like it's like basically like a ranch house. It doesn't have a porch. It doesn't have the colonnade. Doesn't have a courtyard. And then you start talking. If you try to create that vocabulary, you would like to thicken some of the walls and recess the windows and all that, and you get into a whole different world. And I think you know it's a different project altogether. I think I think the asphalt shingles will work fine. It will be not necessarily completely Mediterranean, but there are many houses that are good enough or successfully enough with what the applicant is proposing. If you're going to go a little bit more modern, maybe like a metal roof would give it an extra, and it will also be very light and will be appropriate. As far as the drama, that I think is if you go to the proposed floor plan, if you vault those two central spaces, I think you create, you know, you don't have to vault the whole house, just the centerpiece, and minimize the budget. I think this is the applicant's proposal is reasonable, and it could work. So I'm in support of that.
Mr. Berdiak?
I'm passionate.
I think that you know, it's you know, it's you got a difficult problem here to try to turn this particular house into that. It's basically a rectangle. And if you're going to reframe the roof, perhaps you could give some modulation or some variation to the heights of the different parts, but there are really not many different parts. Anyway, so that, you know, that's a problem. And I think that the trellis, as shown, should be attached to the house and lowered. So it sort of seems like it's standing out there by itself, and it should be attached to the building and lowered, you know. So it could be attached at the eave, at the drip line, you know, where the roof stops, you know, which would lower it, make it more of an intimate space. So, I mean, that'd be my comments.
Okay, Ms. Grubb.
So I know it sounds like the clients are interested in developing full landscape plans, but I think because from the site photos, it looks like a pretty raw site, mostly bare dirt. And I think it would definitely help the kind of single elevation of the house if you had a few well-placed trees to help with a little bit of undulation. And then at a minimum, some foundation planting. You couldn't help yourself on your elevations, but add a few plants, and I think it adds to it will definitely help ground the house in the on the lot. So I would suggest.
Let's go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Richards.
I agree with the comment that your home and property probably deserve a study of the landscape. Especially if you can put this effort into the remodeling of the home. I think all the moves with the house are very nice in support of it. I agree with the comment that potentially attaching the trellis to the house might kind of add to it. I don't know how it works exactly with the roof line, so that takes some study, but.
Okay, thank you. I don't really have anything to add. I think, yeah, I think you're on the right track. And I think that you could return for further concept and preliminary next hearing. Anyone have anything else to add? No. Okay.
So I have one more comment about the roof, because I totally agree with you. That's kind of why we went away from the two pieces, because it's literally required to rebuild the foundation, rebuild the walls. It's like, oh my God.
Oh, yeah, so you can avoid that.
Yeah.
With the
So,
shingles.
well, my strategy was where we were going to convert the hip into a gable. We're just going to California frame over and just minimally touch the existing framework, because you're opening up a Pandora's box.
Yeah, it is.
So, anyway, that's my only comment.
Okay, sorry, and I skipped my colleague here.
Just to, because it's become an issue of discussion. I don't have any agreement with anything I've heard per se, but I tend to agree with Alex on his comments. I thought they were well stated, and I think the roof as proposed is fine.
Okay, there you go.
All right, thank you very much.
Next time, thanks. Okay, so it's 11 o'clock. We just finished item number 4. I assume we'll probably get 2 more in before lunch. 5 and 6, possibly 7. So if you're here for item 8 or 9, we probably won't get to you before lunch. So you'd be better off returning around 1 p.m. or so.
Which are those items?
That's the Vanderaa accessory structures and the loose Fahey or Lucci Fahey.
That's the last one.
That's the last one. So that will be after lunch for sure.
When do you think lunch will be back at 1?
1 depends on what time we get done with item 5 and 6, and there's a possibility of getting to number 7 too. We'll try to work through it quickly. So
we're item 8, so we'll come after.
I think we won't get to 8. Yeah, we only have 55 minutes left.
Item 9, are there any representatives here?
Nope. Okay, great, thank you. So moving on, item number 5. The Zimmerman Goldberg Family Trust new residents request of Ken Radke and Elisa Obergeorge, architects for Kira Goldberg and Aaron Zimmerman, for conceptual review of a new residence of 4,659 square feet with a new detached garage of 727 square feet, a pool of 795 square feet, and a spa. And this is a 1.1 acre parcel located at 1475 Cantera Avenue in Hope Ranch.
Just before you get started, I just want to say thank you to the applicant for sending reduced plans just now.
Okay.
Oh, I just saw those in my.
That was.
And okay, great. So I see Ken Radke there. Ken, do you have anybody else on your team with you?
I believe that Ray Twyford may be here. I can't really see the whole group. Mr. Chair, members of the board, thanks for being here with us.
Go ahead, Ken. 10 minutes whenever you're ready to present.
Okay, we're ready. I think this is pretty easily understandable, so I may be brief. And if you have questions, you can ask. So the statistics, as mentioned before, I think are pretty clear. The house is for Kira Goldberg, Aaron Zimmerman, their kids, aging parents, and extended family. And so you'll see what that's about. It's really a modern ranch house inspired, muted natural palette. This existing situation is an existing house that was built in the 60s, 7'10" plate heights throughout. It's also settling. The entire house and pool are all settling and failing. So unfortunately, that house didn't last much more than 60 years, and we'll be replacing it. The site, as you can see, are on Cantera on the lower right of this image. Shows that Cantera, we're on the southeast corner of Hope Ranch. Cantera is heading steeply up the hill there. The existing house and terrain is heavily screened on the west, north, and east. And it's also bermed. The entire site was originally kind of bermed into the hillside. So it's tucked into a bowl. And if we go to the next sheet, you'll see the survey. You can kind of see that where that terrain was established to make a little mesa in the middle for the house. And we're proposing to replace this house with another house with the finished floor at the exact same elevation as the existing. We could go to the next plan. which would be, I think the best one is page 6. One comment about our process, as all of you will know, Hope Branch has its own ABR, and we have been to concept review with them. We've done story polls. Each review has been positive. We've done story polls, and we actually have now preliminary approval with them. So as far as Hope Branch is concerned, they think it's a keeper, and they're happy with it. So we're hoping that this concept review agrees with them. The approach is a kind of a broken up massing here in floor plan, moving as much of the car circulation to the back. You can see that blue setback line. The garage and the ADU each have like 2 to 3 feet of tucking into that, the toe of that slope there. And then you can see the 3 main pieces on the ground floor with an entry at the little narrow spot, family room and a bedroom to the right, great room in the middle, and a couple of bedrooms on the left. And in the back upper left corner is this ADU proposed. The pool, again, to replace the broken one, goes right there on the edge of the slope. And then there would be some modest terracing. There's 300 or 400 yards of grading. That's kind of distributed to little points here and there. There's no one big grading spot. And again, most of it is kind of landscape terracing to even out never before created slopes that weren't ever terraced in the past. If we go to the next, which is the landscape sheet. We're at concept for landscape for your purposes, especially, but we're taking advantage of existing vegetation screening on the left, top, and right, as we're viewing here, and then kind of redeveloping in the middle. There are a couple of big trees right in the middle of the project that are proposed to be kept, including a palm tree, and then just native and sort of sustainable, drought tolerant, adapted plantings to the bottom, and some low fruit trees. Think we could go to the next, which would probably be here. You can see the upstairs plan. So there's on the second floor is really just kind of a bedroom, a bathroom, or 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms and a study. So those are at the left, the western side. Otherwise, the rest of the project is on the ground. We could go to the next sheet, which should be the roof plan. You can see that we're proposing matte charcoal gray standing seam roofs, 5 and 12. So it's very, very quiet, sort of modern, updated farm type language, vocabulary. Always with break pitches and little porches especially to the south. And I think if you go to the next page, which is 10, and if you look at the bottom elevation there, that's the entry side. So right there, that little neck spot in the middle is the arrival from the drive court where that person is standing. You can see the sort of the broken up massing, great room in the middle, and the palette of reclaimed wood siding with some stone accents, sort of charcoal gray and muted grays for the metal windows and the metal roofs and fascias. If you go to the top of this sheet, you'll just see the 2-story western side, which has, the story poles were there. There's just massive tall vegetation on this property line so that you really can't see each other along this side. Hope Branch has a 25-foot setback there. If we go to the next page, page 11. And again, maybe go to the bottom elevation there. That gives you the south elevation. So you can see great room in the middle, sort of family areas on the right and bedroom areas on the left. Everything again happening on this sort of flat spot that already exists. And you can see little spots where that existing grade where we're filling is actually not under the house. It's sort of on the patio. So just to make terracing out there. Shady spots always to the south. At the upper elevation, you can see this is to the driveway side. If we go to the next sheet, you can see the elevations of the ADU, which is really tucked, really small, just a little rectangular floor plan with a porch up in that northwest corner, 2 or 3 feet of berming into the hillside there at the back. And the next sheet is the garage. So these things are connected with little pathways and breezeways. I think when you look at the upper left, at east elevation, that's the garage. The wood, sometimes we're using slatted wood, which we'll show on that materials board that we've submitted. And again, it's a 3-car garage, pretty much mandatory in Hope Ranch because they require a minimum of 6 parking spaces. And guest parking outside the setback, etc. So just this very, very muted palette on a flat spot connected to terraces. And that's pretty much it for discussion, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. All right, questions from the board, anyone?
I have a question. Can you go to the site plan more? Yeah, a little bit more.
Page 6 is probably the best one, I think.
Hey, Alex, before we get into the specifics on this project, I hear again from you, Ken, that you've been to Hope Ranch and they've seen the story poles. And I'm wondering from staff, I know we had this discussion before, like, you know, should we be called to take a look at these even before we have a project, just to get an idea of it? Otherwise, are we, you know, if we require story poles a second time, then we're the bad guy. So how do we avoid that?
Well, it's probably up to the applicant. No, so I will kind of remind you that we did that for the low project, and you actually ended up requiring part of that. So, but if that information gets passed on to staff, I'll pass it on to the board.
Okay.
But you know, what
Seems
goes
like
on
even if we don't have a meeting to discuss it, you could send it out to the board members, say, hey, this project is upcoming. Here's a very basic conceptual plan, and then go visit the story poles.
Yeah, but often we don't even know about it.
Right.
And that creates an awkwardness if there's no BAR application in to do a site visit.
Photos of the story poles, Ken?
Pardon me?
Do you have photos of the story poles?
If you can't hear.
Yes, we do. We do have them. They weren't submitted. I know it is sort of an awkward situation. I mean, Hope Ranch is micromanaging these projects, you know, intensely. And historically, there's been sort of some friendly deference to the Hope Ranch process. So I appreciate that technically you guys are in addition to them, but the neighborhood is very well satisfied with this at this point.
Story poles have been taken down at this point, right?
Yes, they have. They have been taken down.
Okay, let's go back to questions. Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, I have a question about paving. It seems like it's quite a bit, and I understand why, but do you have the tunnel? Does the fire truck need to get inside the property? They have a turnaround, a hammerhead.
Yes, we've met. There is a hammerhead there that goes just to the left of that lower parking, and we've met with the fire department and have their 100% blessing that that they could actually turn around on this, where this lower parking is, and that they could drive up and, attack fire from the upper motor court there, or from the lower turnaround.
And the material of the paving is what are you proposing there?
Permeable paving for that. Pavers is in the materials board.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
I have a question. Ken, can you tell us about the screening between your project and the west neighbor?
Yes, it's a dense hedge on both sides of the property line, and it does show on the site photos, which is page 2. And those are taller than the house, so it was kind of great, frankly, that these neighbors really aren't going to interact with each other.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Well, I have, what are you going to do? Are you going to regrade this and recompact it, or put it on caissons?
That's the open question. Those we do have a soils report, and both of those are options, and it's always just a question of what's going to be least disruptive and least least costly.
Anyone else have questions? All right. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please step forward. Or David, do you have a comment?
I was just gonna say, I see that we had someone on via telephone, so *9 to raise your hand if you're on.
Okay. All right. Hopefully the person on the phone, if you didn't hear that, press *9 to be able to raise your hand if you want to comment on this project. Don't see that happening, so we're back to the board for comments. Mr. Peugeot?
I think it's a fine project. It's well designed. The first time I looked at it, I thought it was too overly complex, but now I understand the mechanics and how it fits into the site. So I'm supportive of it.
Okay. Mr. Verdiak?
Yeah, I like the project. I think that the south-facing terrace and how the rooms relate to that is very well done, and be a livable space and house, and the different roof heights, and make it more of a complex rather than a single building. I think it's a very nice project.
Hey, Mr. Richards.
I agree with the previous positive comments. I appreciate the materials for the home, like the reclaimed wood siding and metal roof and whatnot. It just feels like it's appropriate for Hope Ranch, and kind of like that direction for the homes. Hope Ranch now, that kind of styling, and the landscape plan looks really nice. I like the way that the garage connects with the main residence, the use of different paving materials, a pattern, the integration of a pool and how it orients with the home. There's like a nice access coming out of the home towards the garden. Overall, I think the design is evident in the layout of the site plan and the home. So it's great. I support it.
Okay, Ms. Grubb?
Yeah, I agree with those comments. I don't have too much more to add.
Okay. Same goes for me. Can we go quickly to the elevations? I think I just have the same comment as on the last project, and this is becoming a habit for a lot of folks, but to, the trees that are shown in front of the structures make it difficult. And it's not as bad in this instance, but just remove any vegetation that's obstructing the view of the elevation of the structure.
Or provide a second elevation
Yeah.
that shows it. I mean, I think it's fine to show them, but
Right.
like there needs to be a strict architectural elevation accompanying the rendered elevation.
Yes, exactly. All right, great. So we are here for conceptual, and it seems to me that we could have them return for a concept prelim next time.
Okay.
Unless anyone objects. So
Could I just make a comment?
Sure.
I really like the design. I just have a question about the west elevation of the 2-story. There's a lot of glass in it, and I assume that's looking into all that screening. Are there views too from that? That's the only elevation that maybe is a question, just the amount of glass in it and the 2-story facade.
We can work on that. Again, we're 25 feet from the property line, so those windows look out into sort of essentially tree and hedge canopy. The views are all to the, just as you know, glorious ocean views to the south, which is on the right of this project. While I'm talking, if there's any chance if we could come back for prelim final, that would be great.
Yeah, I think it could be prelim final full board.
Yeah, there really aren't any negative comments, so I think that would be okay. So yeah, return for preliminary and final approval when ready. All right, great, thank you.
Thank you all very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Item number 6, Goodall, new residence, request of Roderick Britton, architect for Steve and Jane Goodall, for concept review of a new residence of 2,856 square feet with attached garage of 481 square feet, new decks, new paver driveway, and seeing of existing asphalt driveway. This is located at 700 Via Tranquilla in the Hope Ranch area. And we have applicants here. Please state your names for the record.
I'm Rod Britton, the architect for. I'm Steve Goodall, owner of the property.
Welcome, gentlemen. Whenever you're ready for your presentation, we'll give you about 10 minutes.
Okay. Steve grew up in this property in the existing house, which is retired. It's built in 54. There was an awkward addition done in 74 or 73. I can't remember. We tried to remodel it. We tried to add to it, and it just became physically and financially impossible to keep this existing structure. So we'd like to basically tear it down and start over again. On a working avocado ranch right now, so the entire site is covered with avocado trees. We have a couple of specimen oaks that we've had pruned and had an arborist reports. Even though we have close to 2 acres, the building site itself, the pad site, is pretty minuscule, and we're kind of stretching the new design into that sort of one level area. What else? So the concept or the partie of this is sort of a West Coast winery kind of feel. We're trying to get board and batten, kind of low key. There's existing 2 ridges right now. All the views are to the north. You see up the pass. So we've added a 3rd ridge in the middle, so that kind of replicates the 3 mountains that you see through the north. As I say, the other 3 sides there are pretty much just covered with trees. We have also been to Hope Ranch once, and we're going again on Tuesday. People who've done, they've asked for story poles. They are currently up on the site. Can't really see the existing house. You can only see the chimney. Now you can see the one ridge to the west a little bit. Of course, at 30 miles an hour, you can barely see it at all. We're still waiting on the fire department to see about our hammerhead in the garage. And Hope Ranch is also, as you know, 6 parking spots. So where the horizontal part of the existing driveway is, we're going to add 4 more parking spots down there, which they've also approved. And then once we hear from the fire department on the final layout of their driveway, we'll get landscape plans going and stuff like that. So it's a very simple little house, board and batten, metal roof. I've got a materials board here that you don't have that's ready to be submitted if you're interested in seeing it. And so we're going to basically keep as much of the asphalt as we can. We're going to put some permeable large concrete pavers in the auto court and the entry. As I say, we're still waiting to hear from the fire department what they're really going to go after. So we're going to use hardy board because we're worried about fire up there, being surrounded by trees, metal roof, and that's about it. It's very modest. We're only about half the FAR because the constricted building pad site.
And you said you're adding 4 parking spaces. They're just not shown on the plan yet?
Yeah, you don't have that. We had a little hiccup on this submittal, so I was supposed to be here about a month ago, but anyway. So this is so I'm one behind on.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
All right, anything else?
No, got the rest of the drawings.
Okay, great. So questions from the board?
Go to the elevation. Yeah, where are those small windows on the elevation? What the big garage?
Oh, they're just lights for the garage.
And then you have a cover over the door and then some clear stories. That what it is?
Yeah, so we have basically the 3 ridges that you see here, and then we've had sheds. So there's a shed on the porch on the west side. The master bathroom suite on the right has got a shed, and then the front entry has also got a little shed up there. So we've got some rhythm and repetition going on.
Any other questions?
Do you plan on submitting a landscape plan?
Yeah, I just want to get ahead of the game.
I can keep it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
Public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? I see no one in the audience. There is still one phone caller. If you want to speak, press *9 and your hand will be raised and you'll be able to speak. Okay, see no hands. Back to the board for comments. Mr. Verdia.
Well, you show an oak tree on your, which is a 48-inch.
Right, it's a massive tree.
It seems like it's going to be severely impacted.
We're not going any closer than the existing house right now. And
So it's already the
pardon me?
house, the existing house encroaches on that drip line already, or?
No, not really, because it's been awkwardly pruned in the past. And we will be hiring somebody to come out and trim the tree up and shape them up. But according to the arborist report, we're good on those.
Okay.
We have 2, one off the master point, you can see that, and this other one will be off the new dining room deck.
You have a lot of glass on your south elevation.
Mm-hmm.
Raising that up, and you're not. Well, I suppose there are glasses now that can handle that, but
right, that's just the dining room area. Right.
And also is south north and north south. Is that
No.
Is that improper
South elevation? That's correctly labeled.
Oh, okay. Well, other than that, I think that it's a nice project, and I don't have any problem with it.
Okay, Ms. Brasher.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I think my only comment would be maybe to look at those windows on the garage to make something a little more aesthetic on that wall. Just, it looks sort of like a pair of eyeballs.
That'll be heavily, it's almost identical to that now, the existing bedroom, I guess it is. And the landscape plan, we're hoping to hide that whole elevation with the landscape.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like you could make those windows nicer, even for the garage itself. But otherwise, I'm fine.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, I agree. It's a fine project. It's simple and just as a suggestion. Yeah, I think if you go back a little bit on the go below, no, the other way. Okay, see the glass over here looks really nice. Now you're trying to repeat that on the front and go up there. That is not working as well over there. It's just a suggestion, really. It's a minor thing. But I think you can do that a little bit better. To repeat the proportions and the way the glass fits the gable. And here it seems like it comes out. It's a little bit awkward. Anyway, it's a minor comment, but you may want to take a look at that. And I agree.
Alex, which elevation was that?
the front, is that the south, is that the, what is, yeah, it's the south
Yeah, the
elevation.
south.
Is the clerestories on top of the door, of the entryway, yeah. That seems that they're a little bit, they're not as well proportioned as the ones in the south elevation.
Yeah, it's a function of the plan, the entry.
Anyway, yeah, just think about it. That's a minor
Oh,
comment.
that's what the problem is. You've got two south elevations.
Oh, I do, yes.
Yeah.
So I
So
was right.
you were right. Yeah. So the one with the three gables.
That's the north.
That's the north.
Yes.
Okay.
Pass the mic. Okay. Ms. Grubb, comments?
I don't have any further comments and I'll review the landscape plan when we get it.
Ms. Richards?
Yeah, I like the layout of the house. It's really nice. The three gables, it brings a character that I think you described nicely. Though, if you go the floor plan, they'll
Yeah.
only thing I picked up is when you pull up into this house and you're gonna try to pull into the garage and the entry to the house are like just right on top of each other. I don't know that there's anything you can do other than
Well, the existing garage, well, that's for all, only thing you see when you come in. So we're trying to hide it. And the only thing we're saving is that retaining wall on the site, which is in really good shape for some reason. And then of course we have the setback problem over there.
you got constraints on that. That's how it's gotta work.
I tried to tuck it, one of the original schemes back where the bedroom 3 or bath 3 was, and just, with a postage stamp build up a lot. It was
I think the landscaping and that space right between the garage and the entry there's be an opportunity to kind of soften that corner. I think it's a great layout for the house and I support it.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing to add. So, how does the board feel about moving this forward? Oh, jeez, again, it's the mic thing. Mr. Bloomer.
I don't have anything to add.
Thank you very much.
Actually, I did, sorry. I have one comment. Please study the entry from the exterior. It just needs restudy. I'm not quite sure you got it right.
Okay.
Where it should be, but just study it, please.
Sure. Anything else, Mr. Bloomer?
That's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I have one comment regarding the last project and the story poles. So Soren is my case filer for this and said you didn't need to see it. So, but the poles are up there now.
It's really, we decide if we want to see it. He doesn't. But I think for something like this, it wouldn't be required for us. Yeah, it's more like if it's contentious.
And 2 stories and we've got a low profile here.
There's no other owner that looks onto the property.
Yeah. So with that, return for
Prelim final.
prelim final when you're ready.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Don't forget to.
Yeah,
All right, moving on to item number 7, the Burke addition, request of Don Swan, agent for Tyler Burke, for a conceptual review of an addition of 231 square feet to the existing residence. The residence is approximately 935 square feet and a detached ADU is present. This is located at 812 Cheltenham Road in Mission Canyon. First time seeing this. Please state your names for the record.
Thank you. I'm Don Swan.
Tyler Burke, the owner, and 10 minutes for your presentation if you need it when you're ready.
Property located in the first block of Cheltenham Drive, which is just north of Foothill, and the property has a single family dwelling plus a approved or permitted ADU that was done this past year. It was a conversion of the original garage, and it slopes up behind the house, and the area right directly behind the house is a brick paved area that is probably it was the only spot that we could find some space for adding onto the house for it's a two bedroom, one bath house and the Burks now with their new daughter, that they need more space for in the house itself. So the location of the previous owner had added a shed on the back that was their laundry. That'll be demolished and converted into part of the addition. It's
Is that sloping roof right there?
yes, correct, correct, yes, yeah. And that's right where you can see with the black line where the addition's going.
Yeah.
And it just takes up the space. It's pretty simple. All the unit itself or the addition will all match the existing house with siding that it meets the requirements of high fire and windows will match, the doors, the rear will match, and
the way.
Over on the right, the bottom right.
Sorry, Don, I was just trying to get him to zoom in on the site plan.
Yeah, right. Very small.
Okay, so pretty straightforward. Anything else?
Just that there be no landscaping because it's just in that paved area. So the landscape will exist what's there.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Questions from the board?
No question.
All right, is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this item? If so, please press *9. Your phone, you're trying to speak, and see no hands. Back to the board for comments. Anyone?
I'd like to comment. I'm always a fan of Mr. Swan's presentation style because he can fit the whole project in 2 sheets, like 2.5 sheets, including structural and energy calculations and so forth. And everything I need to know, it's right there. And, it's really nice. I really enjoy it. It's an old timers approach. I very much appreciate it.
It's a whole ball of wax right there.
That isn't what he used to give me on the board. I know that.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's a simple addition. Well done. I think it's approvable.
Okay, any other comments?
Nope, I think you could come back, bring them final on consent.
Okay, I agree. There you go.
Doesn't
Thank you.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Thank you. Thanks for waiting for us. Thank you. We appreciate that.
Okay, item 8.
No,
You told everybody.
You didn't know you were going. That's so
I
fast.
think we kicked everybody out. So then we'll just get a longer lunch.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pay lunch for it.
Yeah.
To hear items number 8 and 9, 1 p.m. Thank you.
Making every Friday wonderful.
You
Look forward
Damn
to.
it, time, huh?
So
What?
I'm
Okay, we can go back to her,
I
but
don't watch the soccer.
living to 20 minutes in richness. In Santa Barbara.
Nothing.
My wife's like, what do you give us at the
I know.
contract? I'm really damn proud of that.
Normally,
Doing well.
at least if we were looking through half project.
Well, we're
before
going
part of
to-
consent. That's all I got.
Yes, it's necessary.
It's a necessary
We
process.
need comfort food when we're doing this. So that's one thing that everybody else is like. "Take it out, watch it suffer." We play
Like,
that.
that's- that's a hack. And I think that's
Testing.
Go ahead. Okay, so we'll now reconvene the S-Bar meeting of December 2nd, beginning with item number 8, the Vonderay accessory structures. Request of Eva Turenchok, agent for Chris and Carolyn Vonderay, for conceptual and preliminary approval of validation of additional landscaping and garden structures, approximately 170 linear feet of pathways, 230 linear feet of 3-foot high retaining walls, pergola, shed of 120 square feet, play structure, and greenhouse of 120 square feet. The 5-acre parcel at 2323 Ortega Ranch Road in Summerlin. And we have the applicant here. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Sam Mapus. I'm the landscape architect for the Vondereys.
And Eva Turenchok, our land use consultant.
Okay, so
Carolyn and Chris are here as
we
well.
have the Vondereys here with us.
great, thank you. I pronounced
You said it right, yeah, impressive.
All right, so 10 minutes for your presentation whenever you're ready.
To make it quick, this is really a continuation of a project that started back in 2018. I think the house and the main part of the landscaping up around the house. This is the main house that was constructed in 2020, finished, and they've been living for 2 years here. All this landscaping and these trees here were all put in as part of that initial approved plan. This area here was kind of phase 2 and meant to be done in the future, and was left open, and it was grasses and weeds. And so the Vondereys took it upon themselves to create the same theme here in the last couple of years, quite successfully, using many of the similar plants that we had previously put in the approved plan: pepper trees, oak trees, pistache trees, Laurus nobilis along here. There's a farm that's on this ridge, kind of going to the east. And so there's some screening that we've got here that kind of matches other screening that we've got along this part, because there's a public trail coming through here. So we've got full-size olives, and part of the reason for that was this community on Whitney was concerned about looking up at this house as it's on top of a graded pad. And so the pepper trees were existing in this area and we had more to kind of screen, I guess, the visual view for Summerlin looking up at this now new structure. So a lot of this landscaping has low ground cover, such as rosemary and ceanothus, well established. It's all erosion control. This area of the property was left undone. So their intent to be good stewards of their land was to plant this out in a similar way for erosion. This area of Summerland is very prone to sliding and creep, and it has a lot of clay soil. So there was fissures and things happening, and they wanted to prevent that. So by planting this and continuing this trail system maintenance and allowing them to really fully utilize this lower part of the property, it just continued the finished product, so to speak. So phase 2 now is as built. This area in the center is what we're here today for, because we've got some structures. We've got a swing. They have a disabled family member that needs exercise, and they're going to be putting in a very nice swing in this area that allows her movement and some very wellness type good activities. The middle area, we're going to have a shade structure. That's going to be a trellis, which is depicted here. One of those structures type of aluminum trellises that has louvers, so that we can have a bit of protection for some furnishings down there that would be for sitting and watching and being a part of this lower part of the yard. We also have a little small greenhouse that's on this kind of more north end. The stone base will be sandstone. This little greenhouse is kind of a pre-built one that they found that's quite charming and very easy to construct. We also have a little shed over here that allows an access gate to someone. They'll be keeping their bikes there so they can ride down into the village and do periodic visiting of their little community. So we're here to get this approved, all these little structures. The small amount of grading that we're doing here is with sandstone walls on the lower end and sandstone walls on the upper end to create a little 2%, 3% sloping gravel area for them to have these new activities. And the walls are all under 4 feet from bottom of footing. They're sandstone. I think on the next sheet, David, we might have some sections. and how easy it is to look at those, but the upper one shows our small cut in our, earth stack, dry stack wall system using sandstone on the lower and on the upper, and this shows where our cut and fill is coming through, and we're planting this out with rosemary and ceanothus, similar plants that we had up above. That's the greenhouse depicted as terms of height, and there certainly shouldn't be any view issues whatsoever. And it's in a big opening in the field, so to speak, that was more weed prone, and castor beans and other things were starting to kind of find their way. So we said, let's make this a nice usable area. And it's a beautiful 5-acre piece of property that now kind of completes itself, is the reason we're here. That gives you a good summary of what we're here for.
Thank you. So none of the structures exist yet. This is proposed.
These are all 3 new structures. The swing set and the greenhouse and the pergola are new.
But the landscaping is on.
All the landscaping is there.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So we'll bring it back to the board for questions.
I have a question. Why do you need it in this? This is not exempt.
We hope they would be with the grading. With that. Meeting a bit, and then the structures being overhead. Sure that they stand the test of safety, and so we're here for those reasons. But it's quite simple. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, public comment. I have one speaker slip, and I know we got a lot of letters all in support. Jennifer Lee, BHFS.
Good afternoon.
Are you ready?
Okay, great. Good afternoon, board members. I'm Jennifer Lee from Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. And I'm here on behalf of applicant's easterly neighbor, who I'll call Summerlin Farm. I guess the entire name of it is Santa Barbara Agriculture and Farm Education Foundation. They're a nonprofit that produces organic food crops for the community. And I am aware that you have several letters in support, and what I'm about to say is probably not in line with that. And that has to do with just the use and location of the client's property. The client's property is to the east of applicant's property, and so it's downslope, as applicant's architect has mentioned. And so there is some concern about the grading activity that is going to occur, and whether it's going to potentially result in some increased surface water flows. Farm believes that there is some limited spraying of chemicals or pesticides. Excuse me. And so they have concern that increased water flows will bring that water down to their organic farm. Relatedly, there's also concern about wind drift. Excuse me. Secondly, the farm objects to the addition of new trees or vegetation to the extent that it is part of this phase of the project. I do have a very small plan that's incredibly hard for me to read, as you can see. And so they are concerned about some of the trees, existing trees, I believe, that cast an afternoon shadow on their property and potentially reduce food production. There's also, I think, an ongoing dispute about the location of the fence, and so they don't want any additional tree plantings near that fence line. And lastly, just to wrap it up, if lighting is a part of this project, they do object to that because there's concern about glare that interrupts their beehives and owl habitat. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this item? Step forward. I see one person on the phone. If you'd like to speak, just press *9 in order to raise your hand to speak. Otherwise, they may just be listening in. Excuse me, I see no hand going up. So we're back to the board then for comments. Mr. Peugeot.
No, I have no comments. I think marginally whether this project requires a permit or not, it's low visibility, small structures, so There is no aesthetic issue, no impacts to the neighborhood. It's perfectly acceptable.
Okay, just to clarify, there's no planting associated with the application, right? The planting has already been done.
Planting it is out, as built, phase 2, so it's in.
Yeah, okay,
It's in, but it is getting permitted as part of the application. as well.
it is, okay.
The lower part, everything around the house
Right.
and the whole row of olives.
What is the lower part? Is it right here?
No,
No.
that's the.
Oh, the
it's
upper right
there.
here. This part right here.
That's
Okay.
actually the lower. part.
This part right here is where the trees are planted and there's low ground covers to prevent erosion and to keep soil on site, so it won't move across.
Can you address maybe some of the concerns that were just brought up regarding shading from trees, spraying and fence? Is there?
There's trees along this area that'll get shady in our property. Now at the late afternoon sun, the western exposure, maybe a little bit of shade might cast onto their side, but this is I don't know, a 6 or 15 acre parcel. So it's very minimal. And our idea is to screen out their operation, which could be any number of things as a farm. Also talk about wind and transpiration of things going back and forth. This is a wild mustard seed now, and the seeds and the weed crop that's coming from this area blowing onto this property is what they've asked us to try to prevent. So that's why we're trying to screen that off with some screen planting.
And is there, sorry.
I was just gonna say, and to confirm, you're not proposing any impervious surfaces, correct?
No, it's all, everything is pervious.
Just other-
Correct. So we're trying to absorb into the land and let it
Is there any
permeate.
lighting proposed?
There's no lighting proposed. This is a daytime activity area.
Okay, so we're in comments, Ms. Frosher.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any problems with it at all. I think it's fine.
Mr. Verdiak,
I have no problems. It's fine.
Mr. Richards.
I tend to agree. Yeah, it's not a problem. If anything, I think it's probably a benefit to what's happening. in the area. It's stabilizing what's going on there.
We actually have 12 support letters to the neighbors
Yes.
supporting
Yeah,
the
it's a lot
direction
of
we're going and really improving open weed fields. So
They got a professional working with them, so I think that they're going in the right direction with what they're doing. Once I'm speaking to people with concern.
Ms. Grubb.
Yeah, I agree. I think if anything, the terracing is gonna help with the flow stability, so.
And then, since, do you have a plant list of the proposed, or I guess existing to be?
It's like, don't really have a plant list. They're labeled on the plan. Blow it up, you can see it says oak tree and pepper tree and ash. So they're all kind of labeled
Very good.
on the plan.
Okay, I don't have anything to add either. I think it seems appropriate and actually beneficial to the site for various reasons. So again, we are here for concept and prelim. If someone wants to make a motion.
I make a motion for preliminary approval as submitted with the project to continue.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Bloomer, do you have any comments?
There's not.
I've done that on every.
Did that this morning, yeah. He's in that black color, he's invisible.
We'll talk after. We'll sort this out.
Think about that.
You got a little bell.
All right, Mr. Pujol, please continue.
So the motion is for preliminary approval with the project to continue to the consent calendar for final.
Second.
Yeah,
Okay, with no comments.
no comments, yeah.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's start with you.
I don't do that. Ball will start rolling the wrong way.
Okay,
What happens if you go here?
moving on to item number 9, I believe Lucci Fahey, new residents, request of Walker Workshop agent for Sean Fahey and Robin Lucci for conceptual review of a new residence of 11,775 square feet with a detached garage of 1,040 square feet, guest house of 798 square feet, gym of 751 square feet, renovation of existing detached barn or detached garage, barn and ranch office, and The current residence of 3,500 square feet is to be demolished, and ranch office 769 to be partially demolished, and barn of 2,000 square feet. The project will require 5,300 cubic yards of cut and 2,900 cubic yards of fill. It's a 21-acre parcel located at 450 Lambert Road in Carpinteria area. And do we have an applicant present to present? Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, this is Noah Walker from Walker Workshop, and I'm here with Jason Atkins from Walker Workshop.
Okay, I know. So go ahead and present when you're ready, and please.
Great.
10 minutes.
It's a pleasure to be here before you for the first time. Thank you. This is 450 Lambert Road, which, as you mentioned, is a 22-acre property. You're looking here at this view at the very top of the property. It does sit on a hill. If we go to the next page. Here's the existing condition. So this is at the bottom of the hill. You can see it's sort of the lower half of the property is nestled into a grove of old growth oak trees. And you can see the existing farm structures as you come up the very long driveway. I think the driveway total length is about 2,000 feet. But the lower half of the property is sort of tucked in, not really visible. You can see that in those initial pictures. And then as you get to, I think it's number 3 there, and you turn the corner, you kind of come up over the oaks to where the existing house sits on a pad at the top of the property. It has expansive views to the ocean and the islands from there. And I think you'll see that our design is trying to equally exploit those views once you get up above the oak trees and the avocado trees at the top of the hill. So we can look at the next page. Next page, please.
Give us a second now. We're having technical difficulties.
Okay.
Okay, next slide.
Okay, this is the existing site plan. So you can see that you're entering the property, sort of the bottom of the page, the left side of the page, and working your way up the hill here past the farm buildings up to the building up here at the top, this is the existing structure. So we're positioning the new house roughly in the position of the old one at the top of the hill. Next page, please. This site plan shows the new design. So you can see that we're doing a lower but longer 2-story house that steps down the hill towards the view and is partly buried into the hill. And then there's a fire department turnaround behind the house and a fire lane behind the house, between the house and the garage to the north. And the fire department has reviewed and approved the driveway layout that we provided here as well. We go to the next page. This is a cut and fill diagram that we have. We'll come back to this, I think. Next page. Here are the plans for the main residence. As you can see, the primary views are to the south, but you also have great views to the south and the east as well, and the mountains behind you. It's that you can see. The key thing to see here is the stair in the middle of the lower bar here that connects you basically via hallway to the lower level bedrooms that also look out to the south. And then behind us to the north is the master suite essentially, and then a back door that goes out to the detached garage structure that has the garage and the gym above it. If we could scroll down a little bit, I can show you the lower plan. And this would be the plan for the lower level. The only piece of the house that connects vertically would be the stair. So one of the reasons why we're doing that is to, by pushing this wing of the house as far to the south as possible is to displace some of that grading that we would be doing and keeping the house very low to the ground as well. We can go to the elevations now. Here you can see the forms that we're using. We're trying to do a mixture of stone and stucco with a metal roof. Trying to be very modern but yet simple, sort of evoking, much more traditional roof forms, but with a sort of a modern plan and a modern sort of emphasis on space making as well. Go to the next page. And this is the overall site section. So you can see where the house is up on the hill is up here. In the middle, this would be the garage and gym behind it. And this little piece here you can see is actually the lower level. So we've basically taken a two-story house and shifted the lower level to the front, which creates an opportunity to bank some dirt behind that and also create a green roof or a terrace above the roof. So visually also you have this experience of, while it's a two-story house, a lot of that is really buried into the hill. Go to the next one, please. Yes, it's just a section, again, looking from the other direction. Just a little bit of a close-up to see the section through the primary suite, the master suite there, and then also through the garage to see the amount of bunkering into the ground that we're doing here. Look at the next one. Here, this is a good representative of what we're doing sectionally. Let's go to, and then these diagrams are for the adjustments that we're making to the structure at down the hill, which has an existing ranch building that we are partly demolishing because it doesn't have the correct permits. So we're going to restore that to its original state. And this piece here is for the garage, which is essentially a 2-3-car garage and gym above it. This piece is for a small yoga studio that would be down near the existing barn and ranch building. And this piece is for similarly a guest house ADU that is down at the ranch building area at the bottom of the hill at the beginning of the property. And these are some of the views. So again, as you can see, we're trying to do a more traditional metal roof, but make the actual structure of the building more modern, and so we have a lot of openings and glass that are facing the ocean. The masses step forward to sort of nestle the structure into the earth, and also allows us to kind of make it seem like the lower levels coming up out of the ground. It allows us to keep the building quite low, as you can see in the sections. And again, we're looking at using very complementary sort of tones and colors and materials in the house, with sort of a earthy metal roof and stone walls that are obviously in keeping with the area. And, predominantly sort of native landscaping as well. We don't have a landscape architect attached to the project yet. That's the intention. You can go to the next one. Here's just some more views. So, and here's our preliminary planting plan. Let's see. I think that's this is a pretty clear view. So you can see, the house is up here. We have the garage and gym just above that, and then the first building that you see when you come down the hill, there's the existing barn that we're not proposing any changes to, and then the partly demolished ranch building is the next one. The yoga studio is the next one, and then this is an existing garage that will remain, and then down here is the ADU structure.
Okay. We actually can't see where you're pointing, but.
Oh, you can't? Oh, sorry. Okay, you did a pretty good job. So whoever's pointing is doing well.
All right, anything else?
No, I think that's it for us, right?
Okay, very good, thank you. So bring it back to the board for questions. Ms. Frosher, do you have questions?
Yeah, tell me about the light green curve shapes. Are those site walls? Or?
Yes, those are site walls. Those are to help with the to keep as much soil on site as we possibly can while we're displacing. Those would be probably stucco and then planted or clad with vines. But we don't have a landscape architect attached yet. But the goal is to make them look as natural and sighted as we possibly can.
How tall are they?
They're less than 6, right?
Less than 6.
They're all less than 6.
Hmm.
Do you have a grading plan or do you have civil on board?
We do, yeah, we have, the grading plan is on page 5. Page 5, yeah. And we have Ashley and Vance doing the grading calcs right now, preliminary grading calcs.
Okay. Any other questions in the structure?
What's the square footage of the above ground part of the house?
You mean the upper story?
Yeah.
So probably, I think we don't have that in front of us, but my guess is probably about half.
It's on the front, the title
Yeah.
page.
Oh, is
So
it
the
really?
entry level of the single family dwelling is around 6,600 square feet.
Okay. I think that's it for my question.
Mr. Peugeot, question?
You have a roof garden, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Above the
Roof
lower
garden,
level,
yeah.
there's a roof, a green roof.
It's a green roof, right? So it's,
You can see that on the title page, actually, if you have to go there. Yeah, that would all be green roof.
So it's partial green roof, partial connected to the ground, right?
That's
Or is-
correct, yeah. Or it's a combination of the two, but probably about half actual dirt, and then the other half is green roof. That's why we do have the opportunity to plant some more mature trees like the one you see, the oak you see, sort of on the green roof in that view.
and there's some, I see some like pretty wide walkways around it, like near the perimeter. Is that what they
Yeah, the intention will be to create some paths that will allow the homeowners to utilize the roof space and eat out there and just enjoy the view, essentially.
Okay.
Ms. Verdiak, questions?
No.
Mr. Bloomer?
How many oak and sycamore or other specimen trees are being removed, and what's your remediation or replacement plan generally?
We're not going to remove any oak trees or any protected trees at all in the design. I think our list of removals right now is 1 avocado tree from the avocado farm, 2 kumquat trees, and a Chinese juniper tree. Those are the trees that we plan on removing.
You mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that there was a lot of oak on the project. So do you have an arborist
Yeah.
working with you?
Not yet, but we certainly get one. I mean, almost all the oaks most of them are down at the lower half of the property where the existing structures are, and we're being very sensitive not to locate any of the newly proposed structures inside drip lines of the current oak trees. But agreed, having an arborist on board for the project is a wise idea.
Okay, Ms. Grubb, questions?
I think I know the answer, but just to clarify, are you proposing anything in the environmentally sensitive habitat area, or that's an existing road and no improvement?
No, we're not proposing anything in the environmentally sensitive habitat zone.
Okay.
Mr. Richards, questions?
Yeah, so the driveway is existing that takes you up to the.
It is, yeah. We're reusing the existing driveway. We're going to widen it slightly and add some pullover areas at the request of the fire department.
Can you go to the first, is that the cover sheet? Yeah. Is that accurate is that an actual image of all the planting that's along the driveway like that? Or is that kind of?
No, you mean the oak trees?
Yeah. The driveway like that?
That is the driveway. I do not know if it looks like maybe some of the trees were certainly the ones around the house were added. They were additional.
Yeah. The ones to the left of the driveway it's drone footage, so that's existing.
Yeah, everything to the left of the driveway would be existing and
So
to remain.
I guess your site plan doesn't really show it, but there's a bunch of planting that goes right along the property line along that driveway. Is that right?
That may be planting off our property line and not surveyed. Yeah, the driveway does come up pretty close to the edge of the property, so it could be plant material that's off of this property.
There are a few trees shown.
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay, that was my question.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a couple more. Are you gonna have to have retaining walls when you widen the drive?
Good question. I don't think we've fully addressed that with Ashley and Vance yet. I mean, obviously the goal is to avoid, as much retaining wall as we can. But I think we're talking about potential 2 foot widening. So there aren't retaining walls on the driveway now. And I think hopefully with a minimal widening of about 2 feet, we can hopefully avoid them.
Yeah, that sometimes we've seen that an existing driveway becomes a whole new project once it meets fire.
Yeah, this driveway is already, I think, over 16 everywhere. Yeah, 16 plus now. So we're working with them on the required width. But we don't anticipate it getting massive.
And you haven't been to planning yet, is that?
No, this is our first visit to anybody.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak, question?
What material is that on the roof, which is in the forefront, on the lower level?
The lower level front roof would be probably a ballasted TPO or some other type of roof that would work in a low slope environment. That lower roof there would be essentially a flat roof in the lower part. The upper roof where we have the sloped roofs would be a metal, standing seam metal roof.
Okay.
Oh, one more question about the ranch office. What are you doing to the ranch office?
What are we doing? Just a flex space, right?
Yeah, the ranch office is being reduced just to the permitted structure. So we're removing an addition that was added on and not permitted.
Okay. I have one question. On the picture that we're looking at, what would be the dimension, the width of that, the structure with the
wall to wall,
with the roof garden? I mean, what is that dimension?
It's 123 feet.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I think that does it for questions. So it's now time for public comment. We have one speaker and he's going to need a microphone. And his name is Chris Toomey. And so, Mr. Toomey, whenever you're ready, 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks to all of you. It's been an interesting day. I didn't know that this was last on the agenda. I wouldn't have been here this morning. I don't know how these things work, but I have to say, as a Santa Barbara County resident, it's impressive to see this kind of hands-on detail. And no, I'm glad to meet you and your team. I think I can help you, and I might even be able to help the group here today because I'm your contiguous neighbor on Torito Road. I'm going to walk over to the picture. If you can pull it down, so that's come down a little bit. You just hit it. That's my house.
Okay.
So, and I built that house 10 years ago, but I've lived on Torito Road. So I'm representing Chris Toomey as your contiguous neighbor, but also Torito Road Inc., where I'm known as the mayor because I've been stuck running the HOA for 20 some odd years. So I got very good knowledge of this property because Grace Young was the owner. They built that house probably 40 years ago. Do you know any of this history, Noah?
No, I don't.
Okay, well,
I appreciate hearing it. Yeah.
She and her husband built it, and she was a widow, and she promised me she was going to live to be 100, and she died at 99 and a half. And she loved that house. She'd be very opposed to it being torn down, but it's a very period dated house, and the property is, as happens when people live to that age, don't realize how things date, and the outbuildings, as you've noted in your report, are in pretty rough shape. So unless anyone think I have any opposition to it, I don't at all. It's a great chance to enhance this property. It's a spectacular parcel. I can't speak professionally, but I know the driveway. I doubt very much you'll need any retaining walls. In fact, I know the whole property. It's pretty wooded up towards my property. And when Grace was younger, we inspired and kept it much cleaner. So I'm looking forward to meeting the owners and giving them some tips on that, or meeting any of your staff, because it's very much in need of that today. And since it's not a property manager on site anymore, it's more or less been vacant, I guess, for what, about 18 months, probably? Maybe not quite that. So then for Torito Road, only speaking on behalf of the road for one purpose, you'll see on the next parcel, which is a 10-acre ranch, avocado ranch owned by the Chandler, we built a fire road. So when you mentioned about fire safety, of course, it's a big issue. But if you come, my property goes on both sides of the road. And so this is a fire safety road that the reason I'm stuck being mayor is we finished it in August before the Thomas fires. And there were 35 people trapped on Torito Road in those parcels. I say that with sarcasm, but also what a great outcome. So we always wanted to do one on the lower road, Noah. And again, we'll get a chance to talk maybe with you and your owners. And Grace, the property was held in a trust and there were too many lawyers involved. We never got it done. That's not necessarily addressing all of you, but eventually would like to do that. And it may be the time to do it so that there's an access on either side to Ladera and Toro King. So that's all my comments. I'm sorry to take so much time, but I've been trying to track down who owned the property and was about just to contact your firm, Noah, when I got the notice and say, hey, let's get together. So I'd invite you to come up from my parcel. It'll be very helpful to you to have an even better feel for the property. And I love the plan, by the way. Really interesting architecture and the way that land slopes. I think it's going to fit in very nicely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
All right.
Noah, how do I get a hold of you? Just call your office?
Yeah, call or email us, and next time we're up there, we'd be happy to meet with you. Sounds great.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Coming.
All right, back to the board for comments. Mr. Richards. Ooh.
Well, I'll speak to the architecture. I think it's responds nicely to the site. It's great how we've stepped and sunken the building into the landscape of the hill. It's really neat how it's got a green roof that also becomes a livable space. I'd like to see a little more detail on the landscape that's being proposed, and I understand that'll probably come at a subsequent time, but overall, I mean, I think you can hear from your neighbor that you're getting positive comments that it fits into the area, so that's a good thing. It seems like you're being sensitive to the trees and the existing topography and everything, so I don't really have anything other than positive comments to give you, and to say that I look forward to seeing a little more development on the landscape plans.
Okay, Ms. Grubb.
I agree with Robert, and I would just comment on, I think the south facing outdoor living spaces could use some study on they're so exposed on the south face and being raised up at a grade. I would suggest, I realize with the view it'll be challenging, but suggesting a way to create some shade or some protection for those spaces. And maybe giving some of those garden spaces a little bit more of an organic feel, since they are so large, they're not necessarily just patios off the indoor living spaces.
All right, thank you. Ms. Frosher.
Well, statistically, it's impressive. It's really, really a lot of square footage, and it's a lot of grading, and it'll, I guess, be interesting for you to work with planning and see how that goes, because it sounds like having to kind of chop off the top of the hill to dig the house in like that. So I'd like to see how that develops for you. You know, it's a nice concept to have the green roof and to bury a lot of the square footage, which is kind of important in this kind of setting where you don't have that much usable land to sprawl this much square footage on. I think it'd be helpful for us to see really detailed site sections that go through the driveway, across the sidewalls, through the green roof area and back down the hill to get a better sense of the kind of impact it's going to have on the top of the hill to put this much square footage in this setting. And I think as it evolves, we'll want to do a site visit with story poles, which is going to be a challenge because the story poles might practically be underground. I don't know. Well, maybe not. But it's a really substantial amount of square footage to fit onto that site. And that would be my concern, even though I really like the architecture and the concept.
Mr. Peugeot.
Can you zoom out a little bit on the picture itself, or maybe just move it down? Yes, I wanted to see the upper part of the picture. Yeah, there we go. I share some of those concerns. I like the approach. I like what I hear in the presentation. I'm a little bit concerned about the formality and the corporate look of the architecture. As the houses, if you look, I'm not sure if you can see the house, the sizes of these houses, and but then this element right here, I'm not sure how hidden it is. It's true, it's underground, but that square shape, and it's a very large space. And the foreground and this other part below that, I would like to know more about it. How you're planning to soften it, because right now it looks really industrial almost in the approach, the quantity and the orthogonal alignment of it. It's it seems to be forced on top of a hilltop, and a little bit of convincing. I want to see how that is really going to fit into the site. I understand that you're controlling the heights and you're working on the elevations, but there's some formality, some alignment that doesn't seem to fit the site so well.
Well, yeah, how to make it a bit more organic. It doesn't exactly feel organic.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Verdiak.
Yeah, I think those are points well taken. I think that it's a very large project and it's well integrated in the site, but at what cost? It does seem very formal in a way, and I don't know if that's if that's necessarily a bad thing, but it does feel kind of industrial. Anyway, that's about all I can say at the moment.
Mr. Bloomer.
I generally, thanks, Chris. Thanks for noticing. I generally like the architecture and style of it, and the materiality. I appreciate the fact that the attempt to kind of keep it in the regional material palette, which I think will help continue the conversation around softening or blending the project to the site. It's a large sprawling development on a hilltop, so there's going to be some scrutiny. And we've kind of heard from the other board members about that. So I guess I just would add one thing. I'm a bit amazed that you would get this far with an idea like this without engaging a landscape architect. And I don't see any evidence that any real high level landscape architectural kind of design thinking has been placed into it. So it looks like the work of an architect, which is great. I like architecture, but something like this needs a strong balance and a very significant connection to its site. And I think to Alex's point, where it feels a bit rude on the site, because it's just kind of an expression of architecture. It's kind of imposing, and it's not fully blended yet. And again, I think it's a mistake to get this far without that discipline added to the team. So I'm really strongly encouraged to go back with the landscape architect and actually give them a fair amount of design control to, play their part in bringing this to life. Because the potential of the project is extraordinary. It's an exemplary project, I think, that keeps going in the direction it is. The architectural quality that's being sought after here is very high. So, of course, if the landscape architecture follows suit, all the other engineering and lighting and other elements fall into place like that, it should become a wonderful project. So I'm not concerned about it. I just want to add that bit of critique.
Okay, good, thank you.
Not that I like landscape architects that much, but
you had to get that in there.
give yourself useful while here and there.
I just wanted to make one comment from a presentation style. I think your architectural presentation is great, but when you start studying the site planning in more detail, the site plan being at 60 scale, even looking at it on the computer, it's just, there's not much ability to have any detail at 60 scale. And so I would suggest having a blow up at like 20 scale or something for the project site, the main project site, so we can get into that a little bit.
Okay. Thank you all for the comments. I have a couple of quick questions, actually. On the image that we're looking at right now, is that like an infinity edge pool at the bottom of the page?
Yes, it is.
And is that what's the dimensions in that?
It's a lap pool, so I think it's going to be. Do we have it on there? It's a little bit shorter. I think it's probably 84 feet or so, something like that. A standard lap length, and
80 by
25. Yeah, by 20, I think.
Okay. What was the other question? I don't remember. Okay, so as far as my comments go, I think the board, pretty much hit the nail on the head. And in reference to Josh's comment about how this nestles into the landscape, I'm just kind of, there's a lot of, it's a very ambitious program. There's a lot of very long straight lines, and that's where I think story poles are going to be helpful for us, and also just to visit the site to get a sense of the scale of this. That is a lot of square feet. So I think take those comments to heart. And I think the other question I had was where all those chaise lounges are by the pool. Is that all proposed to be lawn area behind and those two squares?
No, it won't ultimately all be lawn. It's just a placeholder for when we get the landscape architecture going, but it's meant to be green. Green space, probably a mixture of a small amount of lawn and more native plants as well.
Got it. So I think my overall comment would be about this long, uninterrupted straight lines throughout the proposal, and I guess caution you against that. But that will be further hashed out when we do a site visit and story polls. So I think you just kind of hear a basic concern, and I think Kaylee's comment about zoom in on this thing a little bit more so we can get a better idea and show us, heights of retaining walls from beginning to end. And I'm looking at where that quote unquote lawn is on the left. There's a long straight wall that leads parallel up to the driveway towards the motor court. Like, what's the height of that wall that looks very high. So all those kinds of dimensions we're going to want to hash out so we can get a better sense of how this sits into the land. With that, any other
Yeah,
comments?
I don't think it's ready for stone poles. No, I think the comment that you mentioned, a lot of very long straight lines. And I'm not sure, like, it just seems like if you can repeat maybe this year. Like this portion right here, it seems to be appropriate and similar to what's elsewhere. But it is this other part that starts becoming really different.
Very rectilinear on a.
Well, it's somewhat, that is not, I mean, because this could be agricultural, residential, agricultural, whatever. You know? The parking area, the turnaround is a little bit, you know, it could be hidden, it will be hidden. But this part right here is when it really starts becoming out of scale. 80 by 30, you know, that's, yeah, 80 feet. Okay, that's quite a pool. And if there is any grass, which, you know, I don't know, it will not have this corner right here is completely unnecessary. Completely unnecessary and does not help at all. And, you know, the formality of, you know, the formality does not help. It's not the project.
Okay, and last comment I had, which I wanted to piggyback off of Ms. Grubb's comment about, you know, these dining areas and sort of on top of the roof, where do you gain respite from the sun? How do you get shade out there without blocking the views from that main portion of the house? So, you know, it's going to be too exposed to be useful, except at, you know, certain times of the year, potentially. So I think something to think about. All right. So return again for further conceptual review whenever you're ready. Do you have a planner assigned? No.
No, they haven't been.
Okay. And I think as Mr. Bloomer had mentioned, I think having a landscape component is going to be.
No, I think a qualified lands, I don't think it's a component.
It's an integral
high
part of
level,
the.
yeah, a very quality landscape architect driven design, not.
Don't just shrub it up.
I assume that's in the making. I want to hear from a professional landscape architect.
Okay, any quick questions from the applicant? Are you clear on direction we're providing?
I think so, yeah. I think that sounds great. That we'll just continue to make the property seem like it's more integrated into the hill. And I think I agree, hiring a landscape architect and bringing that dimensionality to the project will really help as well.
Okay, and Mr. Tuttle, are you clear on all the
Yeah, I
comments?
think I got it. And just for the benefit of the applicant team, since it doesn't look like you're local, I don't know if you're familiar with our process, but the next step would be to submit for your planning permit application.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
Great. Thank you, guys. Very good. Thank you.
Thanks.
See you next.
Okay.
Thank you. Concludes the SBAR meeting of December 2nd, 2022. If someone would like to make a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, motion by Ms. Grubb, second by Vice Chair Bloomer. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. See you in 2 weeks.